enjoying ourselves, and I'll just keep talking. Let's roll. Yeah, that's all good, is it?
Yep.
Okay, terrific. Great. Tell me when we're live. Yeah, he'll be doing his foot practice maneuvers. Are we live? Good morning and welcome to the British Aerobatics Open and National Championships 2026. Here we are at the beautiful Sywell Aerodrome once again for the third year in this Open Championship. And we have 25 pilots lined up and ready to go. The weather is good. We are looking forward to 5 days of exceptional flying. In the air at the moment, we have Nick Riddin, our first competitor. We are starting this morning with the advanced level pilots, which there are 5. And running straight on after that, we will be going to the unlimited top-end pilots, of which there are 7, including international pilots. So we've got, 4 international pilots joining us from all over the world for this at the unlimited level, and the rest of the field are mostly all British. I think we have 1 pilot from Ireland, 1 from the Netherlands, but we'll see as we go through the day. And what we are watching now is Nick Riddin doing his warm-up manoeuvres. Every pilot, when they come into the box, the cube of airspace directly above us gets an opportunity to fly through a few figures, get themselves warmed up, make sure they know where they are, aircraft's all working properly, and kind of get their head in the game. And the signal that they've stopped warming up and they've started actually competing is the wing wags, or wing rocks as we tend to call them. Which we will see, and then a whistle gets blown, judges start concentrating, and we are flying. So this year we have some new sponsors. We're very lucky to have Alerion Collective sponsoring us, amongst some others. Very good support for the Open amongst pilots and the aviation community more broadly. We will be doing live stream commentary all day for all 5 days for the full competition for the first time this year, and then there will be daily summaries to catch up on the day's flying and results in those summaries. Plan for today is the advanced unlimited this morning, and then after lunch break we will continue with sports and intermediate, the 2 other levels. Here are the wing rocks. Let's fly. Pushing up into an inverted 45, half roll, and then up to the vertical for a stall turn. Nick's a military training pilot. Quarter roll on the way up, nice stall turn. Box center, nice positioning, Nick. Now a 3/4 flick. And then pulling out level and going into what's beautifully called a Humpty Bump, a double Humpty Bump. So he goes up, pulls over the top, 2 of 8, pulls underneath another 2 of 8, and then pushes erect. So here we go with the top. And Nick is trying to keep this all nice and neatly in front of the judges, which he's doing very well at the moment, especially in this small aircraft he's got, which is a One Design So he has to keep it closer to the judges and lower than most of the other pilots because it's a small aircraft and therefore harder to see. Now he'll go into the spin, it's a one-turn spin, so he closes the power, and about now, just in front of the judges, you can hear the power go off. He'll wait for the aircraft to stall, put in some rudder, complete single turn, make sure it's vertical, and then he pulls up the other side, lots of G here, tense those muscles, pulls up the other side and does a 3/4 roll, difficult on the vertical. Nicely, and then he pushes over the top there, just enough energy, no, doing that nicely. Then a 1/4 roll to get back on the A axis, there we go. Keeping it nice and straight, this is looking good, Nick. Now he's going up into a half Cuban, so he's going up to the 45 with a 1.5 roll to inverted, and he's leaving it a little bit longer because there's a tiny bit breeze, but his positioning is very good. To inverted, hold that line, and then pulling round gently, making a nice shape. And then on, when he returns, he will be doing 2 half rolls, 2 of 2 we call it. To set himself up, here are the 2 half rolls, 1 and then 2. To going up into another stall turn with the 45 degrees. So up to the 45 about now. 2 1/4 rolls to go inverted, hold the line, and then push to vertical, stall turn at the top. And then he'll be coming down and doing a half flick. So not a roll, but a flick. Nicely done. And then he pulls it out. Could have been a longer line, I think, after that flick. Going back over, pull it up to the vertical, a half roll, and then push over the top. So he does the half roll, waits, and then pushes over the top, and for a 45-degree line down, of which he's going to do a full flick, full rotation flick roll. Here we go. Wow. Pulls to the level, and now he's going into a P-loop, tricky P-loop, needs lots of speed. On the way up, 2 1/4 rolls, and then pulls round in to create a P. A little bit short on the rolls, he's going to have to iron that out as he goes over the top, getting quite slow over the top, so it's pinched. That's it, he's making it into a bigger circle, that's very good. And then 1.5 rolls as he comes out. 2 inverted. Positioning still very good. 1.5 rolls with no dips, very good. And now P-loop the other way. So 2 1/4 rolls and then does a P reverse. So again, that's 3/4 of a loop, straight down, half roll and pull out. Mustn't pinch the loop. So half roll here, pause and then pull out. Now his penultimate maneuver, a full roll, quite a tricky one. He's going to do full roll, pull up to a half loop and do a 3/4 roll followed by 3 1/4 rolls. Needs to keep the speed going. Positioning is good. 3/4 roll, a bit early. 1, 2, 3, very good. And now 180 inverted roller. He's going to go away, wise, 1 1/4. That's the 1/4. So he's doing 4 45s, another 45-degree. So he's rolling the plane whilst turning it. Very difficult. Ending up inverted with inverted wing rocks, slightly off axis there if I might be so bold, but not bad. That's a pretty good first flight from Nick Riddin. So now he is going to calm down, cool down, rejoin the circuit and land on, I guess would be the nice hard runway that we have here at Sywell. And once he's landed, that is the cue for the next pilot to line up and take off once the runway is clear. We're keeping good separation between pilots. So it's a beautiful day here at Sywell. You've just seen your first sequence of the National Aerobatics. So, as I said, Nick is a regular competitor. He's been competing since 2020. Actually, I think he's been competing, competition aerobatics since 2020, but been flying a lot longer than that. And he's a military flying instructor with Ascent flight training at RAF Cranwell, teaching military pilots to fly. Big thanks to Ascent for supporting us for this contest. And Nick usually flies the Grob prefect, whereas today he is in a much more agile, very small but nimble aircraft called a One Design, with a small 160 horsepower engine, but a lot less aeroplane to tow around the sky, so they have a lot of performance. As we see him now just turning in on his final turn, coming into land here at Sywell. And you'll notice he's slightly skew-if, because you have to in a tail dragger so that you can see what's coming. And at the last moment, he'll jink it straight. I think almost every pilot will be doing that, except for the Firefly boys. And here he comes just to bring it down. Nicely done. Beautiful weather here at Sywell. The temperature is early 20s, probably going to get up to mid 20s later in the day. Not quite the hot weather we've been having, but as you can see from the windsock, really not much wind. Absolutely ideal aerobatic conditions so far. So all the pilots here have been practicing very hard. This first sequence that they fly is called the known sequence. It's actually called a free known, which means there are, of the 10 figures, there are 5 which are compulsory figures, but you can change the order and you add other figures of your own choosing in between, but they have to be of a certain difficulty. So the overall difficulty, which is called the K factor, has to reach a certain amount, which in this case is 320K. Each figure is scored, has a certain K factor depending on its difficulty, the number of rolls, inverted, upright, different types of maneuvers, and then each figure is scored out of 10, and you multiply that by the K factor and you get a number. Add all the numbers up for all your 10 figures, and that becomes your percentage score out of a perfect 10 for all 10 figures. But pilots have designed their free knowns to fit their aircraft, their preferences, and I suspect Nick's will be a bit different, because the one thing that the One Design does struggle with is energy, as opposed to this next pilot who is flying an extra, who has got 315 horsepower at his disposal. It is a 2-seat, but there's only one pilot in it, so it has tremendous performance. So now taking off is Gary Frederick. So Gary will get himself oriented, and he's got 12 minutes to get himself oriented, do a few practice maneuvers, safety maneuvers, until he starts, and he'll have full 12 minutes to complete his sequence. It's usually plenty, but it does mean that we keep things moving on and people can't spend hours getting focused. So he's just flying for height. Gary, I think this is Gary's second year at advanced. He is a very good competitor at intermediate, and he's moved up to this advanced level where things get a lot more sophisticated in terms of the figures that you can fly and the order you can fly them in. It's not just the complexity, it's the busyness, the number of rolls on a line, also things like negative flicks come in, and things like tail slides. So a number of complex maneuvers, but also where you can put them. So advanced pilots need to be better at coping with the G and clearer about what they're doing and when they're doing it, because you have to stay ahead of the aircraft. That was a very neat turn, Gary. That is a competition turn. So you'll see him wiggling the aircraft. He is checking his straps are tight. Very tidy competition turns he's doing there, which is you rotate the aircraft, choose your heading, and then roll erect. So he is doing that. He is pulling G to get himself G ready. He is pulling probably 5G on each of those turns. He's just getting his stomach muscles and his G tolerance wound up. This is very good practice to make sure that he doesn't dive in and the very first thing that happens is he feels weird because he's pulled so much G. So you get yourself G'd up, literally. G-force is, of course, the force that happens when you pull the stick back. There is, of course, negative G when you push the stick forward, when the force is pulling you out of your seat. Hence, most pilots tend to wear either a 5-point or even a 7-point harness, including on going down, to have a backup to the backup. So Gary's now going to do safety maneuvers, warm-up figures. So he's making sure he's dead center in front of us. We're sitting by the judges. That's a very nice straight line on the way up and on the way down. Do loads more of those during the sequence and you'll do well. Gary flies out of Sleep. So this aircraft is actually owned by one of the other competitors, Nick Wakefield. So they share the aircraft. But it's a very nice 330, extra 330LX, 315 horsepower, roll rate somewhere around 400 degrees per second. It's the two-seat version of the World Championship 330SC, which stands for single place C for competition. But this is the two-seat version of which gets a lot of training. Very, very capable aircraft. So Gary's sequence is different to the one that Nick Ridden has just flown, but contains the same 5 core maneuvers. And he will be trying to keep them nicely in front of the judges, keep all his lines straight, and balance is something that pilots look for, which is when you're doing a vertical line and you've got to do a roll on it, you try and make the length of the line before the roll and after the roll the same length. Sounds easy? It isn't, because usually that line is on vertical line, so at the bottom you're going much faster than you are at the top, so you have to count differently. So it's quite an art balancing line lengths, because of course sometimes you come into a line at a different speed than you anticipated and you have to on the spot plan it. So what we're looking for is the wing rocks. There we go, wing rock 1, 2, 3. Let's fly aerobatics. So pulling up into a P-loop right in front of the judges. Very difficult maneuver. Quarter roll, wait, and then pull round, which he's doing. And once he's pulled round, he'll be doing a 1.5 roll to inverted. Very nicely done. 1.5 roll without dipping, and then pushing up to a 45, inverted, so negative G, and then half roll, and then line, and then pulling up with a quarter roll on the stall turn. That's a little bit short for my money. He'll sort it out on the way down. Now it's a 3/4 flick. I'm not sure that flicked. So he's now quickly pulling up to do an N. So he's going to write an N in the sky. He's going to push over the top to a 45 down. The 45 roll on it. Sorry, with a full roll on it on the 45. Full roll. Wait, and then pull right back up to make the last line of the N. And at the top, he's going to push off and then do a one-turn spin. So he's going to push off. The aircraft has to go level. He'll kill the power. Listen for it. And there's a one-turn spin, vertical down. Hold the line, and then this double Humpty. So pull up. Lots of G at this point. Lots of G. 6, 7 G. Oh, straight up. Three-quarter roll. Tricky. Now he's going to push over the top. Negative G. So that's probably a 10G split there. And now a quarter roll to get back on axis. Very good. And then back across the box, giving himself some space for this next maneuver. So he's pulling up with a half roll, face the other way, and then he's going to push over. It's one of the core maneuvers. And then on a 45 down, he's going to do a full flick this time. Pull it up, round it goes. Maintain that line. Go level, and then he's going to do a complex single Humpty. So on the way up, he's going to do two eighth rolls. Eighth. Pull over the top. And then he's going to do a 1 1/4 roll. He's got to keep it nice and steady, nice and straight. 1 1/4 roll. Full quarter, hold, and then pull. That's good. And now up into that half Cuban. So up with a 1 1/2, 3 of 2. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. Pulling it round. Then he's going to do a half roll and then 2/4 rolls the other way. So he's going to roll to the left and 2/4 rolls to the right. Now full roll and up into this half loop. Got to keep speed at the top because he's going to do a 3/4 roll but stay on heading, and then 3/4 rolls. Here we go. 3/4, 3/4. Very good. 1, 2, 3. Very good. Now he's elected to do an inverted square goldfish, I call them. 1 1/2 roll on the way down. Hold it. Big pull. Straight up. Now he's going to pull to inverted, 45 down, and 3 half rolls. He's keeping this nice and central, actually. 1, 2, 3. Wait for it. Then pull level. And now he's got a high-speed rolling return, which he's doing towards 45 degrees, 45, and then on axis, in the box. Wing rocks. That's the end of his sequence. Well, that was an unusual sequence. So normally those rolling circle maneuvers that he just finished there with are done at lower speed, whereas at a 90 you can do them at high speed. Every sequence has to have one of some description. And everyone's chosen a slightly different one. But he did that at quite high speed, which is unusual, but good. And he kept it in the box. Positioning was pretty good on that. I think he kept that mostly together. A little bit far away, but a little bit further away than Nick Riddin did, but then he's got a bigger aircraft, so that's fine. So he was more in the centre of the box, whereas Nick kept his closer to us. So that was Gary Frederick. Well done, Gary. He's now cooling down, cooling his head down, and bringing his 330 LX back down to earth calmly and gently. Side slipping it nicely in. to the hard runway here at Sywell. It's a great feeling of relief when you've just completed a sequence and you bring it into land. You've had such intense concentration for 10 minutes and pulling a huge amount of G. Just gently bring it into land can be a very calming and enjoyable process. And we've asked all the pilots to taxi to the end of the runway here at Sywell before they exit onto the grass apron.
Yep, I've done that. Yeah, it's alright. Bit awkward with the. I'm using a white tripod, so I'm still learning that. Yeah, obviously they fly directly over, so I'm got vertical.
So unlike an air show, there are pauses in the competition, and that's because unseen we have 6 judging teams, so 6 people who are experts at watching aerobatics, and they have to judge every single roll, every line and everything, and making sure that all that is properly recorded, that the everything is collected and collated before the next pilot goes. It just takes a few minutes, so that's why we have a pause. But just taken off is our next pilot, Ben Filer. So it's another 330LX, another extra. This is the 330LX of Ultimate Aerobatics at White Waltham. Great training organisation. A number of planes, of which this is the kind of the workhorse, the 2-seat 330LX. And Ben has been a recipient of help from the British Aerobatics Foundation, the Aerobatics Foundation, run by Dave Cowden, helping pilots with promise to get some training and help them progress. So this is Ben's, I think, 3rd year at Advanced. He's doing very well. He's actually based in Scandinavia, airline pilot, but a really good pilot. So now here he is, just doing little half rolls to make sure there's nothing loose in the cockpit, pushing to make sure his straps are tight, and he's just done first half of safety manoeuvre, the Humpty Bump, again just to make sure everything is as it should be, the engine's behaving, all the straps are tight, and to begin the process of warming up the G muscles. So yeah, a few high G turns. And then he'll no doubt do some couple of practice figures. Not all pilots do them. It has been known that pilots start off doing their practice figures, first couple of figures of the sequence, and then just carry on and do the entire sequence. Of course, doesn't get scored because they didn't do the wing rocks at the beginning. So it does have a few perils, but he's having a good look at the box, pulling some G, getting himself settled into the harness, probably tightening it up a couple of notches, as you tend to tighten it up as hard as you can go on the ground, and then once you've taken off and pull a few G, you can always get a couple more notches in, and you need to be really bolted to your seat when you're pulling and pushing +9, -5G. So he's now practicing first figure, the inverted stall turn. And he's just making sure, get the first figure right, the rest of the sequence tends to go better. He's dead center. So his positioning is good. He's checking his positioning. He says, if I start there, what is the wind actually like? What is the wind actually doing? Despite all the forecast and everything, always check what it actually is doing. So he's doing his first couple of figures. I wonder if he'll go up and do the spin. 2 of 8, push off. If he does the spin, then that'll be 3 figures. Yeah, unlikely. So I think he's now peeling off, and he's going to get himself lined up to start the sequence. It's an inverted start, which is always a little bit of a challenge, because it means you have to do the wing rocks inverted, which doesn't sound difficult, but my goodness, it's a little bit disorienting. So there are various techniques pilots use to avoid doing that, and you get permission to do a half roll, obviously, so that you can be inverted before you start the sequence. So he's just lining himself up. He's going to come in hard and fast and do the wing rocks on a straight line, would be my guess. We'll see. Here's his half roll. 1 wing rock, 2 wing rocks. Let's roll. Ben Filer, advanced. Pushing up, 45, half roll. Hold the line. Pull up to vertical, quarter roll. And now a nice crisp stall turn. Very good, and a 3/4 flick. Pulling out. As he did in his practice, he will be wanting to do a Humpty Bump, pulling up, a double Humpty Bump, no less. Pull over the top. He's looking for a straight vertical line, the judges are. Pulling over the top, draw a line, then 2/8 of a roll away, very sensible. And then pulling up. And on the way up, doing 2/8 of a roll to start going right again. 2/8, and then wait, and then push over the top. And then this time he will do the spin. 1 turn spin. He'll kill the power. Just close the throttle. He won't turn the engine off. A little bit of a stutter there. That's fairly uncomfortable spin, but he's kept it together on axis. He pulls back, big G pull, half roll. Sorry, that's a 3/4 roll, and then he pushes over, and then it's a 1/4 roll on the way down to come back towards the left. That's it. Yeah, nicely positioned, just to the right of the center. Now he goes up to the 45. It's a 1.5 roll for this reverse Cuban. Pulling round, and then 2 half rolls on the bottom. going up into another 45 stall turn. So here's the half, one half roll, second half roll, keeping it nice and straight. Needs to pull up to a 45, 2 quarter rolls and keep the line going without dipping. And then pull up, push up to a straight line for a stall turn at the top without. That's nicely timed. And then he's got a half flick. Quickest flick we do. Nicely done. Keep it straight and then pull out. Now he will wait a couple of beats before he pulls up. A little bit early, if I might be so bold. Half roll. And then he's going to push over 45-degree line on the way down, and then a full flick. Draw a line, full flick. Draw a line, pull to the level, and now this difficult P-loop. So he has to pull up, 2 quarter rolls, and then wait, and then pull round, making a nice P. So he's quite far over to the right because the previous one was pulled up probably a bit early. So he pulls round, keeps the shape good, checking where he is, adjusting to make sure he's on axis, 1.5 rolls to inverted, and now do a P-loop the other way. Now, he started that a bit early, so he's central box, and he's not giving himself much space for the rest of the sequence. He's pulling round and straight down, and that'll be a half roll, and now he's got to fit the next one in just in half a box. Full roll. That's it, and then pull round, so a little bit to the right, and then this awkward 3/4 roll followed by 3 quarter rolls. Keep it on axis, Ben. 3 quarters. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Nicely done. And now he's got this 180 rolling turn. He's waiting until he's in the right position. Now he's started. That's good. That's the first 45. Second 45. He's got to keep the rotation smooth and consistent. A little bit of a stutter there. Keep it going till he's, there you go, inverted. And inverted wing rocks on the way out. That is Mr. Filer. Not bad. A little bit, he pulled up figure 6 just a little bit early, I think, which gave him problems. And then pulled up into figure 8 a little bit early as well. I would have left those both another couple of bananas, just a little bit further to the left. But actually it was all very much on axis, which is even more important. So he's now cooling his head down and his cylinder heads down as he flies around on the downwind stretch to bring it into this beautiful Sywell airfield. Good flight by Ben. Of course, the rather galling point about this is that this is the easy flight, because these are the flights that the pilots have been practicing. So they know these sequences, they've been practicing them. And then from tomorrow, we do unknowns, where they're handed the sequence basically when they land, and they've got to learn it and fly it for the first time. So that is tomorrow's challenge. Today, supposedly easier. You're flying a sequence that you know. So it looks like he's coming in quite hot for that landing, but now he's calmed it down. So here we have David Hurd in his Edge 540, so it makes a different sound. So this is a single seat, 300 horsepower, highly maneuverable aircraft. It's the preferred aircraft of the Red Bull Air Race crowd. This is the previous version, the V1. They all tend to used to fly the V2s and 3s. But it flies very, very quickly, and David's had it for, I think, 2 or 3 years now. He's getting to grips with it. David Hurd is a member of the British Advanced team. He's been flying in the World Championships for British Aerobatics in 2023 and 2025, and actually spent this summer in Europe at various other nationals. So he's been doing a lot of flying this summer. He's really got to grips with this machine, and he's looking to fly it unlimited as soon as he can. But he's flying at advanced here. He is just checking his harnesses, flying inverted, pushing. So yes, so David's just doing his warm-up figures, warm-up maneuvers. He'll also be doing an inverted start. So that's negative 5G, just pulled there, pushing up to 45. But this is his warm-up figure. Inverted starts are always a bit of a challenge. He's doing that nice and close, which suggests that the double hump T is going to go away. This is good positioning, very central. So, big flick. So he's going to do the double hump T. Nice. Big G pull. He's pulling that very tight. You'll notice that this aircraft goes a lot longer in the vertical lines than the other two aircraft because it's lighter, smaller, but with the same power. So is he going to do the spin as part of his warm-up? He is. You can hear the power stop. One turn spin. a G at the bottom of there, 3/4. Little bit of a thought bubble before the 3/4 to make sure he was going the right way. But this is the practice. Right, so now he heads off to get himself lined up to start properly. So he's got that rather interesting inverted, high-speed inverted start. Never was my favourite, because you've got to push -5 before you've even started the sequence. So here he comes, nice and high. He will roll it inverted and then tip down. First wing rock, second wing rock. Let's roll. Pushing up to an inverted 45. Dead center, half roll. Hold the line. Pull up to it. So he's much bigger than he did in his practice, so he's further to the right, but he's good. Quarter roll at the top. And then he's got this 3/4 flick. Nicely done. Now he's just seeing where he is in the box, and he's going to do this double humpty. Nicely positioned, he pulls up, sails into the sky, and he's tremendously fast plane. He'll pull it over the top. He's right at the front of the box, but that's perfectly fine. And 2 of 8, away, hold it, and then pull round, big G, whoa! 2 of 8, and he should be nicely positioned. Push over and do the spin dead center of the box. So he'll kill the power. And there's his spin. 1 turn spin. And he'll draw a nice long line. And then big G at the bottom. Oh, that's got to be 6 or 7 G there. And then he'll do a 3/4 roll. Nice. And then push over. Keeping it tight at the top so he doesn't go back too far, because he's now mid-box. And then a 3/4 roll to bring him back onto the A. Sorry, it's a 1/4 roll to bring him back onto the A-axis. Now he'll go into this Cuban, so up to the 45 with the 1.5 roll, keeping the line straight. 1.5 to inverted, keep the line straight, and then gently pull it round. There we go. Probably cheating it closer, and then he's going to do 2 half rolls. Yes, he's cheated it closer. Pulling up to a 45 for another 2/4 rolls, and then wait, and then push up to vertical for another stall turn. And he's brought it back to the center of the box, front to the golden area in the center of the box. Pull it down, half flick. Pretty good. And then pulling out to center. Now, waiting a couple of beats, yes. And then he pulls up, half roll, and then he'll be doing a 45 coming back across the box. Pushing over the top, 45, and he'll do a full flick on this 45-degree line. He's nice in front, nice and near the front. Very good. And pulling, and now this awkward P-loop, so plenty of speed, up, 2/4 rolls, 1, 2, wait, and then pull round in a nice shape. Don't pinch it, float it round at the top. It's pretty good. And then pulling it round, 1.5 roll to inverted. Without dipping, good. and then reverse P-loop, 2/4 rolls, and then pull round. Again, a nice shape. You can probably bring it a little bit closer. Yes, he's bringing it a little bit closer, floating over the top, and then pulling it down, and then a half roll to pull him back on axis. And now he's got this high-speed half loop up, full roll, and then pulling up. And then he's got a 3/4 roll. He's got to keep that on axis. 3/4 roll, followed by 3/4 rolls. 3/4, yes. 1, 2, 3. Nicely done. Now this inverted to inverted 180 roller. Away. That's it. 45. Push. Keep the roll going. Push. Pull. Keep the roll going. He's ahead. Roll. Okay, so he got ahead on that. So the last section of that will have been slightly out. But that's a pretty good sequence, I would say. We'll see what the judges say about that. Inverted start, inverted exit. Nicely flown by Mr. Hurd. Good positioning. So, not troubled by vertical penetration, that aircraft. Very fast. The problem that you have in an Edge 540 is that he's actually slowing it down. You don't really want to point straight down and have full throttle on because you speed up way too quickly. So he really wasn't troubled by going vertically and being able to wait, then do the rolls, and then wait and still have enough speed to put in a decent shape at the top. That is the advantage of having a slippery, speedy plane. Problem is when you have to slow it down, which you do for other manoeuvres. But good. He's really got the measure of that. And here he comes on the downwind, calming himself and his cylinders down to bring it back in to Sywell. So we only have one more competitor in the advanced level, and that will be Nick Wakefield, flying the same aircraft that Gary Frederick flew, but it is Nick's aircraft. It's the two-seater Extra 330LX, red and white. You can hear that tightly cowled 540 Lycoming burbling away as he brings it in on idle. Pleasing squeal of tyres on tarmac. And actually in the background we've got one of the other competitors, I think, coming in to land, bringing their aircraft in, because today's the arrival of some of the other levels. It will be flying this afternoon and tomorrow. So we'll see who this is coming in. But David's just taxiing his awesome beast of a white aircraft back to the pumps to refill the fuel. He'll be hot after that, but a good flight. And actually, if you get a chance to see it, this is a biplane coming in. So I am thinking that's probably a Pitts. Can't quite see from here if it's a competitor. Might be something else. Nice side slip. But our final competitor is just waiting for this this small biplane to land before lining up for the final sequence of this advanced free known. The other thing you'll notice as they taxi across the grass is that they don't taxi in a straight line. They do what are called Spitfire S-turns, and it's not because we all want to be Spitfire pilots. It's because you can't see out in an aerobatic plane. Long nose, big engine, pilot halfway down, fuselage, cannot see if you taxi in a straight line, so you have to do this sort of curious S-bend turns, looking left then right, then left then right, just to make sure there's nothing in front of you. And at Sywell's a big airfield, there's quite a lot of taxiing to do. It's one of the things you learn once you start flying tail draggers, where the little wheel is at the back, not at the front, and the nose therefore points up and gets in the way of your forward vision. Similar reason to why we have to side slip on the way in, so that you can look at the runway, you can see it. So we're just waiting for our final competitor to line up for this advanced level. This is the third year that we've run the British Aerobatics Open here at Sywell. That's the third year of the Open. Tremendous facility and a great place for us to hold this Open. We're waiting for, there's another competitor joining in a single-winged aerobatic aircraft. Once again, side-slipping in. And when he gets closer, we'll be able to see which aircraft it is. So that is a red and white one design. My bet would be that that's just flown in from White Waltham and is being piloted by Rich Gale. It's the same type of plane as Nick Riddin's yellow one. Yes, and as soon as he's off, we now have the extra 330LX of Nick Wakefield with Nick himself at the controls, taking off. So he too will be getting himself acquainted with the box, safety manoeuvres, before he begins his sequence. Nick is a very experienced competitor. He's been competing for, I'd say 20 years at aerobatics. He's flown at Unlimited, Advanced, very, very experienced, and be really interesting to see how he tackles this, using all his experience and his knowledge of how to present things well for the judges. So it's one thing to know how to fly each maneuver, how to fly it correctly and accurately. That's kind of job one. Job two is then to deal with the wind, which in this instance is not an issue but can be. And then job three, the third layer, is to then place each figure perfectly as close to the center at the front so that the judges see it beautifully and don't feel like they're having to turn their head. And that is the kind of level at which Nick flies. So we'll see how he does this, but the really, really top pilots, it's not about flying the maneuvers, it's about where you put them and how they look. So Nick teaches aerobatics and upset and recovery training at Slape Airfield. As I said, very experienced. Really testing out those straps, making sure he's absolutely bolted into his seat. And he'll come round and do one or two warm-up manoeuvres. It's always interesting to see how many the pilots elect. They're each allowed to do up to five figures from their sequence. They don't have to be in order, but they have to be the actual figures from the sequence. They can't do other things. Some pilots like to do as many as possible, some as little as possible, in fact. It's all down to how you feel in the plane, what sets you up to fly well best. And each pilot has planned this exactly, so literally every roll, every pull, they know that if I look out to the left, I will see that lake, that road, that part of the airfield. It's all predetermined. So this 10 minutes that they're spending in the air showing us what they've been flying, they've probably spent 2 hours on the ground planning it in minute detail. So you really have to, the brain is the muscle that works the hardest in aerobatics, and it's under tremendous pressure with the G and what's going on around you, and you're making decisions in milliseconds. So it's a very, very high stress sport, but tremendously rewarding when you get it right. When it goes right, there's nothing better. But you're juggling so many things in 3 dimensions at 200 miles an hour under 6 or 7 G, and you still have to be able to choose and know which way is right and which way is left, which might be the other foot if you're inverted. That is the challenge of aerobatic flying, that all the pilots here welcome with open arms. So Nick is calmly getting himself ready. We'll see whether he does a couple of warm-up figures. He's done, a couple of practice figures. He's done his warm-up figure, his Humpty Bump and his half rolls. So now as he comes in, he's going to wing rock. No practice figures. Third wing rock will be on a diving line. There it is. Let's roll. pulling up straight into an N, different sequence. So pulling up, and then he'll pull over inverted and do a 1.5 roll. Pull over inverted, nicely positioned in front of the judges. 45 line, 1.5 roll. And then pull straight back up into the vertical. And then pull over and then do an inverted square goldfish. Not quite sure what the technical term for this. Inverted down 45 with 3 of 2. 1, 2, 3. And then pull straight up to the vertical. He's keeping this nice and tight, as I thought he would. Pull back over to another inverted 45, and he'll be doing 2 of 8 and a 3/4 roll on this line. 1, 2, and 3/4 roll to erect. And pulling out level, and then going up into yet another 45-degree line. Pulling down, and doing a half roll and then a full roll the other way. See how he's positioned this nicely in front of the judges. Half roll and a full roll the other way, and then pull straight back up to vertical. And then he will push over into the spin double Humpty. Pushing it over and close the throttle. Full spin. Pulling up. Little bit to the right, if I might be so bold. 3/4 roll, and he's pushing towards. Yes, everyone else has gone away. He's pushing towards the judges, but he's still at half box, I'd say. 1/4 roll to come towards. Nice long lines. Now he's going to place this P-loop exactly where he wants it, just past the centre. Pulls up. This is this 2 of 4. He's doing it the other way to everyone else. And then wait and then pull round and make a nice shape at the top here. A little bit slow. Pulling round. And then 1.5 roll to inverted. And then pushing up into an inverted 45 with a half roll. And then pulling up into, and then a 1/4 roll. And then a stall turn at the top. A little bit early on the stall turn, and then a 3/4 flick. He's going to go to the right. Oh, that's a right foot 3/4 flick. See, that's an experienced pilot. He can flick to the right just as easily as to the left. So now he's going to wait a bit, get back the other side of the centre of the box before he pulls up. Still a little bit early, if I might suggest. Half roll, then push over the top to create a 45-degree line with a full flick on it. Nice line beforehand, full flick. And now he's going to do a full roll and then put this awkward figure with a full roll and then pull up, and then he's going to do a 3/4 roll followed by 3/4 rolls, but stay on axis. Nicely done. 2, 3 to inverted. Now a different figure. He's going to do 2 half rolls and then pull it down. A half roll down. 1, 2, and then pull it down, and then do 4 half rolls at the bottom at high speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a 1/4 rolling turn, high speed rolling turn towards. 1, that's it. 1, 2, and there are the wing rocks, inverted wing rocks. Well, different sequence, different way to put all those figures together than all the other pilots, but as you saw, kind of nicely bunched together. Always fun to fly, and I particularly liked the right foot 3/4 flick on the way down. He's the only pilot who did that. Interesting. Thank you, Nick. So that is all the advanced pilots. So they've all flown their free known sequence. We will be going straight on moving up to the unlimited pilots. So this is then where it gets even more complicated. So the maneuvers they are permitted to fly at unlimited are more complicated. 3/4 negative flicks, flicks on 45 lines going up, many more complex rolls, so 1 1/4 roll combinations, 1 1/4, 3/4 roll combinations, higher G sequences, but the same process where there are 5 set figures and 5 chosen by the pilot, but an official difficulty rating. The advanced team did it at 320k, which is a measure of difficulty. The unlimited pilots are doing it at 450k difficulty, so each figure is around 50k, 40 to 50k. So these are some seriously complex figures that they have to remember and fly with great accuracy and keep it in front of the judges in a nice orderly fashion. So, no rest for the wicked. This is Philippe Varino, one of our international pilots based in Luxembourg. We've got 2 pilots from Luxembourg flying his CAP 232, which actually used to belong to Gerald Cooper, who is one of the judges. So he will be checking that Philippe is treating his aircraft well. Tremendously capable aircraft, the 232. I've never flown one, but the word on the street is that they are very enjoyable to fly, very nice to fly. The only issue is that they have carbon fibre, super strong wings, but a wooden fuselage, which works wonderfully, but presents some maintenance issues, challenges. Philippe, very experienced unlimited pilot, flown for many years, world championships and so forth. This is his 3rd visit to us here in the UK for the Open, for which we're very grateful. We love to welcome him. He's great fun. He actually turned up yesterday dressed like Emmett Brown from Back to the Future. He's got fairly wild white hair, headband, and an orange jumpsuit. So it was quite a sight, him stepping out of his aircraft like someone from Back to the Future. He is the first pilot at Unlimited, and so what he's doing now, he's flying what's known as the low lines. So this is to help the judges know where the bottom of the box is. So there is a set limit, 2 limits. We have 100 meters, 330 feet, which is the bottom of the box. Thou shalt not fly below this. That's the target. And then we have a disqualification height, which I think is around 200 feet. And the idea being that if you fly below 330 feet, you're given a low score. But if you fly below 200 feet, you are instantly disqualified. No questions asked. And this is a safety measure, and it's very, very sensible. And you will not see any pilots getting as low as this during the competition. But the judges need to know where these levels are, so the first pilot flies at these levels from all corners of the box. So this is a little bit of low flying. Right over our heads, just so that the judges get an idea. Because of course, parallax vision means that someone who's flying at 200 foot at the back of the box looks very different to someone who's flying at 200 foot at the front of the box. So they have to have an idea of that. And where the sides of the box are, because obviously they can't see the box markers. The box being this imaginary kilometre-sized cube of air marked on the ground, but the judges have to dictate whether you're in or not in. So he's coming back now to do what's known as the A axis, left to right. And he does little wing dinks when he gets to the, that's one end of the box, and he'll do one at the centre, which will be about now, and then he'll do one at the right hand end of the box. And there are markers on the ground to show the pilot where they are, which when you're at 3,000 feet actually looks quite small. But when you're at 200 feet, they're quite spread apart. And one of the things you have to get used to as you move up to unlimited is what it feels like inverted at 500 feet if you're pushing an inverted loop, as in you are upside down at 500 feet and 200 miles an hour. You're looking directly down at the grass, and it looks very different at 500 feet than it does at 3,000 feet. So these are the low lines. We really don't want any pilots flying at that level. So Philippe gets to do it to show us where we don't want anybody. But if anybody looks like they're even approaching that, they will be disqualified. So that's a safety measure. Good. So now Philippe will be climbing back round to get on with what he has to do. His practice figures for his sequence. His is broadly the same shape as the advanced pilots, but very much more complex in the number of rolls and one or two other things as well. So we'll see whether this is a practice figure or if he's going to do wing rocks. I suspect this is a practice figure, which is figure number one. He's going to practice, which is, no, he's doing his 2 half rolls. And he's going to do his warm-up figure, which is a Humpty Bump. Stall turn, in fact. Beautiful, long, dead straight line. Tight corners. Philippe will also be flying the freestyle on Saturday, when there'll be smoke coming out of his 232. But today, focus, arresty flying it's called, precision flying. It's all about accuracy and positioning. So he'll be coming in to do his first practice figure. Nice and close to the judges. He'll be going up 45, 1.25 roll, a negative, oh, that didn't go well, a negative flick. So what he did there, the figure is you pull up to a 45, he's just doing a stall turn, and then he'll do 2 of 2 on the way down. The figure is you pull up to the 45, you do a 1.25 roll, so you're then flying along in knife edge, and whilst you're in knife edge, you do a 3/4 negative flick, which means you punch the dashboard, push -5G, whack in loads of left foot, stall one wing, and do a 3/4 flick ending erect. Hold the line, and then pull up. So it's a pretty tricky figure. And it's all about speed management, and he did it then and just slightly overcooked the flick, so I'm suspecting when he comes in to do it for real, that flick will be a lot crisper, but we shall see. So I'm guessing he's now repositioning to start his sequence. Competition wind is from the right today, but there really isn't much of it, so it's not making a big deal. Wing rocks. Okay, let's fly. Coming in, 200 knots. Pull up to the 45, 1.25 roll. 3/4 flick. Yeah. A little bit notchy. Nice stall turn, and then he's going to do 2 half rolls and head back to the left, go past the judges, place where he pulls this up accurately, do a 3/4 roll and then 2/8 of a roll, 3/4 short, 1, 2, and then he's going to push over the top. Then he's going to do a 1.25 flick and 2/8 of the roll back the other way. Finish knife edge, 2/8, and then pull straight back up to the vertical. Lots of G at that point. Pull to inverted, and then do an inverted start goldfish with a 3/4. So he's going to come up over the top, really as slow as possible, and then pull down to the 3/4 roll and then a 1.25 roll. 3/4, 1.25. Pull round in a 5/8 loop, and then on the way back down here he'll do a 1.5 negative flick ending erect, and then a full roll the other way. So punch it, and then a full roll the other way. And now he's going to pull it up, do a 1.25 roll, and do a canopy down tail slide. So 1.25 roll. So he's facing away. Now he needs to do a tail slide, fly backwards, and fall backwards towards us. Nicely done, nicely done. 3/4 negative flick on the way down. Nice. Punch, negative flick. And now a double Humpty Dumpty with 3/4 rolls on the way up. So he's just positioning that past the judges. 1, 2, 3, and then pulls over the top. Full roll on the way down, and he'll just see where he is. Now he's inverted and you can see the box. Yeah, he's just adjusted himself. Full roll. Big G pull here. Whoa! Got to keep it tight, stay in the box. 1/4 roll to get back on axis, but pull off to the left and then pull off inverted, and then go into an inverted spin with 2/4 rolls directly after the spin. So he's got to spin then roll, and he'll want to place this in front of the judges. So he's just pushing it, bringing us, and then he'll close the throttle a little bit too far, probably waiting for it to stop. Two of 4, and then pull round, and then 3 half rolls at the top and keeping it on axis. 1, 2, 3, nicely done. Now he should wait, reposition himself a little bit the other side of the judges. He's very close, but nicely positioned, and pull up with a half roll, relatively slow speed, half roll, shorter line, and then push over the top with a full flick on a down 45 with a double roll the other way afterwards. So whichever way he flicks, he rolls the other way. Full flick to the left, double roll. No, it's the same way. I've misread. He's right, I'm wrong. Pulling up to vertical. It's probably a little bit far right, so he's going to have to make this very tight. He wants to go tall, push over, and then push down. Quite tricky to do this. Push down, 3/4 roll, and then big depth charge, double humpty, so he goes up, and then straight line, and then over the top after a full roll. Okay, and he's bringing it back, cheating it back towards us, and then it's a 1 1/4 roll on axis. Now we've got this pretty much a figure of 8. So he's bang on axis, full roll, pulling it up all the way around, sort of 3/4 loop. Stop at the inverted 45, 3 half rolls. 1, 2, 3, and then pull round, and then do a 1 1/2 roll at the top, again keeping it on axis. He's beautifully in the center of the box for this, very nicely positioned. 1 1/2 rolls, very nice, and then a 180 roller. I'm thinking possibly towards, but we'll see which way he goes, left or right, left. So he's got to do 2 turns, but 180, 2 rolls, 180, and keep it inside the box nicely. And wing rocks. There's the wing rocks. So great flying there from Philippe. Tricky sequence to keep in the box, even when there's no wind pushing you out. Just getting everything at the right speed and in the right place is always a challenge. Really busy sequence, a lot of negative flicks. I've flown this sequence myself. It's quite a headache-inducing sequence, but at least this version has the negative flicks in the front half, all in figures 1 to 4, rather than leaving them to the end. So that is an unlimited sequence from a very experienced unlimited pilot flying beautiful aircraft, the 232, as he cools his cylinders and gets his head back in the game, brings it back onto the ground in a calmer fashion as he possibly can. We will wait the first British pilot who is lining up. So we watch Philippe roll out in his handsome looking 232. So just a brief pause whilst we wait for one of the other competitors to arrive. I can see a small aircraft just coming in, just about to turn final. This will be one of the competitors, sports and intermediate. In fact, there are two who've been holding. We keep them outside of the airfield ATZ until the aerobatics is over, and then they can come in, just to keep aircraft separated, and no one in or around the airfield whilst aerobatics is in place. We actually have a restricted area, a temporary restricted area around Sywell, which, if anyone's using Sky Demon, which is aircraft GPS, aircraft navigation, comes up as a kind of big red no-go area. So anyone who happens to be flying in the local area will not accidentally fly through this area, and we need it up to about 4,000 feet to make absolutely sure. And this is another pits that's coming in. Beautiful biplanes, still hugely capable, great aircraft for aerobatics. Or is that a Christen Eagle? It might be the Christen Eagle if it's as it comes in closer. I think it is. Yes. Pits alike, slightly larger than the pits. 2 seats, different design but very similar. Equally capable. And the second aircraft that's coming in, noisier, tighter cowling. We'll see who this is. Looks like an extra. So now that we have those two arriving aircraft safely on the deck, we would anticipate the Unlimited would kick off again. And here we have the dulcet tones of Mr. Stephen Bakhtiari in his fiendish dark XA41. So Stephen is the current advanced national champion. He's been advanced national champion 2023, 24 and 25. Member of the British advanced team, flew at the World Advanced Aerobatic Championships for Great Britain and did very well. I think he came 12th out of 35. Did very, very well in Hungary. He has moved up to Unlimited, so this is his first year flying at Unlimited. Very capable pilot in an extremely capable aircraft, with the best colour scheme. I'll put that in inverted air quotes. In the best colour scheme. It's basically gunmetal grey all over. But this is not a competition of colour schemes. This is a competition of aerobatics. And he's a very fine pilot. You may have seen him on the airshow circuit. He has started an airshow career in earnest and has done several airshows this year, and I no doubt will have several more. flying impressive freestyle aerobatics, and he will be competing in the freestyle competition on Saturday. So really aggressive and accurate pilot. And as you can see, this aircraft has a different planform to the extras. It's shorter, deeper wings, tremendous roll rate, shorter wings, tremendous roll rate, and fantastically powerful rudder and elevator. Quite a handful. This is not an aircraft you jump into without a lot of thought. You've ever seen that sequence in Ford versus Ferrari where he takes Mr. Ford for a little spin in his GT40 and frightens the life out of him? That is the kind of feeling this aircraft gives you. It has a mind of its own, but tremendously capable. And in Steve's hands, really something to watch. So, really hoping Steve has a great flight. His first competition at Unlimited. But there is an awful lot going on in this sequence. So he's just done his safety maneuvers and just repositioning himself, most probably to do a couple of practice figures before he gets down to the business of doing the sequence proper. Not many of these single-seat S-backs or XAs or Extreme Airs around. Just caught him flipping through the wisps of some dark cloud. It looks like the cloud has come down, but that's probably right at the top. That's probably, hopefully, still north of 3,000 feet. So he comes diving in, no wing rocks. This is a practice maneuver. Probably figure one, the 45 degrees, 1 1/4 roll. Yes, that was a very confident neg 3/4 flick. That's looking very good. Amazing vertical penetration, this right into the base of that cloud actually. So he's got to be careful of that. Because if the judges can't see you, then you don't get scored, but that was fine. So yeah, he's just done figure one, and now he's going off to repositioning himself. Or, yes, he's going off to reposition himself. Of course, if the clouds were below 3,000 feet, then he would tell the judges. Of course, every pilot is in full two-way communication at all times with the judges, with the chief judge. That is mandatory. So if there are any issues like clouds in the box, he would tell the judges, and then any necessary actions could be taken. But it looks like it's all right. Looks like Steve is positioning himself to dive in to kick off his unlimited. Here we go, wing rocks. Let's fly. Steve Bakhtiari, XA41, Unlimited, figure one. 1 1/4 roll. 3/4 neg flick. Pulls up to the vertical. Stall turn. Got to stay calm at this point. 2 half rolls. He's going to pull it out. Think about where to place this next figure. He's got to pull up and do a 3/4 roll and 2 of 8s the other way. 3/4 roll, 2 of 8s, and then push over the top onto a 45 line with a 1 1/4 flick with 2 of 8 the other way. Nicely done. Pulls up to the vertical, and then he'll pull off this vertical inverted and go into this inverted start goldfish. So he'll go slow, pull down, inverted 45, and then a 3/4 roll followed by a 1 1/4 roll the other way. Tricky. 3/4. Nicely done. Pull round 5/8 of the loop, keeping it nice and big and making sure he's on axis. And then on the down 45, the inverted down he's making this very big. The down 45, you do a 1 1/2 neg flick, followed by a full roll the other way. Nicely done. Pulls out, and then straight up, and then with the 2 half rolls on the vertical line, pulling over into another inverted 45 line, where he does 3 half rolls, but they've got to be crisp and the line has got to be unbroken. 1, 2, 3. Of course, the speed is increasing dramatically between the first and the last. Pull it straight back up into a vertical with a full roll, and now he pulls off inverted level and goes into a 1 1/2 spin with a 1/4 roll after it. Bang, in the centre of the box. Nicely done. 1 1/2, 1/4 roll towards. Pull this tight. And he's got to do 2 of 8 on the way up. Or is that 2 of... No, that's 2 of 8 on the way down. So now he makes it big at the top to reposition himself back a bit. And then 2 of 8 on the way down. 2 of 8. Now he pulls out here. We've got to pull straight up into vertical with a 1 1/4 roll going into a canopy down tail slide. 1 1/4 canopy down. So it's got to slide it backwards. So you smoothly take off the power and slide backwards without wobbling. That's good. And then there's a negative 3/4 flick at the bottom. Power on. There we go. And pull it out. Now, where's he going to put this next one? Slightly past the judges. Pulling up. And then 3/4 rolls on the way up to a stall turn. 1, 2, 3. Nice line after. Plenty of juice on this. Stall turn and a positive 3/4 flick. Keep the focus, and then he goes up to the 45. Got to remember that this one is a 1 1/2, and then wait, and then push to the vertical. He's doing a good job of this. Nice stall turn at the top. And then a 1 1/2 roll on the way down. Nice clean line after. Pull erect, and now this sort of figure of 8 idea. So full roll, 2 of 2, pull round, and then on the down 45 we have a 1 1/2 roll, making it nice and big there to make sure his positioning is right. Positioning is very good. Now pulling it back round with then a 1 1/2 neg flick at the top, and keeping this on axis. Enough speed to make it go. Pop. Bang. 1 1/2. And that's it. No, he's got 180 rolling turn. 45. Or keep the roll going. 45. 45, and then back on axis, smoothly does it, and then wing rocks. That is a very good sequence. I did not spot any hard zeros there. I hope the judges didn't either. Nicely positioned. If that is his first unlimited sequence, that is extremely good. Kudos to Mr. Bakhtiari. Well, hopefully Steve will be happy with that. There's always things you can improve, but that looked like everything was in the right place. And he will be unscrambling his brain as he goes on the downwind, getting back into normal aircraft flying mode to bring that XA-41 safely on the ground. Distinctive sound of that tightly cowled all carbon aircraft. So unlike all the other aircraft where Philippe's was wooden with carbon fibre wings, this one is all carbon fibre. There's no metal superstructure or inner structure. It's all carbon fibre. And there is actually another aircraft arriving shortly after, so Steve is keeping the tail up so that he can taxi at speed, but he'll depart the end of the runway whilst the other pilot arrives. I think that is an extra 200. I might be wrong. It does look like a two-seat extra that's slightly shorter than the 330, which would make it an extra 200. But we shall see when it comes closer. So, we are now waiting for Ekaterina Volkova. So she is our next unlimited pilot. And as the name would suggest, one of our overseas pilots. So, there we have taking off. Is Katerina in her Extra 330 SC. So, she is a US pilot, a member of the US Unlimited team, and has been over in Europe for the summer, competing in, I think, two open competitions. This is her third open competition to get full practice for the World Aerobatic Championships, which are taking place in Iowa in the US in September, end of August, September. And she's come over to make sure she gets some really good practice against all the European pilots. So we may well be in for a treat here. So she will be the most up-to-date current pilot amongst the Unlimited. And it will be very interesting to see how she flies. This is a borrowed 330 SC, but one of the great things about the 330 SC, which is by far and away the most popular plane flown at the top end of the sport, I'd say 80 to 90% of flying these, is that they're all the same. Most of them are the same, so you can borrow someone else's. And it flies the same. Very crisp roll rate, 420 degrees per second, 315 horsepower. Superb aircraft, beautifully balanced. I would say that because I own one, but they really are the aerobatic plane of choice. The good thing about them is that they do exactly what you tell them to do. They do not have a mind of their own. The bad thing about them is that they do exactly what you tell them. So every tiny wobble or mistake that you see is all down to the pilot. It's never the aircraft. Phenomenal piece of kit. Not for the faint of heart. So I anticipate Ekaterina will be pulling +9, pushing about -6 in this sequence. Slightly different sequence to the one you've just seen, flown by Stephen. Same core 5 figures, but some slightly different, but all adding up to the same difficulty rating of 450k. So she comes in for her practice figure. Is it going to be figure 1? 45 degrees, 1 1/4. Negative flick, very clean. Pulls it up, probably a little bit slow on the pull up. And then comes down for that 2 of 2. So she's just getting a feel for the box, where she chose, working out where she chose to pull up into that figure. Did it work out? So when she comes out of the figure, is she where she thought she would be after the figure? And so she will adjust where she pulls in, what speed she pulls in, when she finally gets to do it for real. But these at the moment are just the practice figures. Just trying things out. She has to fly exactly what's written. Slightly easier to see now. We've got a kind of backdrop of white clouds, but as long as they stay above 3,000 feet, all is good. So I think that's figure 1 and 2 of her sequence done as practice, and now she's checking his straps one final time, looking down at the box which is laid out below and making sure she gets to exactly the right place at exactly the right height at exactly the right speed before she tips in and does her wing rocks, which will be shortly. Here she comes. 1 wing rock. 2. Let's fly. Ekaterina Volkova. Team US. Sequence 1. 45, 1 1/4 roll. 3/4. Pulling up to the vertical. Stall turn. Very close in. And then the 2 half rolls on the way down. Nice straight line. 1, 2. Pulling out. Back across the box and then up. 3/4 roll with 2 of 8 going the other way. 2/8 of a roll the other way. 1/8, 2/8. Let's draw a line and then push over the top. And then this is one of the fixed figures, 1 1/4 flick followed by 2 of 8 going the other way. So here's the flick, 1 1/4 ending on knife edge, 2 of 8 going back, nicely spaced, and then pulling straight back up to vertical. She's now going to pull over inverted, level, and then go into this goldfish, which is, so she comes level, inverted, checks where she is, you can see, pulls down to the 45, 3/4 roll and a 1 1/4 the other way. 3/4, 1 1/4. Nicely done. And then pulls around 5/8 of a loop. She needs to keep the shape nice. And as she comes over the top, she'll be able to see where she is and she can use her feet to just adjust the heading. And then on this down 45, 1 1/2 neg flick. Big punch, -6G. Wow. And then a full roll the other way. Pulls level, and then smartly up into vertical line with a 1 1/4 roll going into a tail slide. So she's going to fly it backwards and wants to fall back with the canopy coming towards us. Keep it nice and smooth, no wobbles. Beautifully done. Yes. And then a 3/4 negative flick. Punch it. -6G. Oh. Power on. Pull out. Double Humpty Bump with 3/4 rolls on the way up. Here they are. 1, 2, 3. Loads of speed to do that. Pulling nicely over the top. She's gone away. Full roll. And then towards, she'll have to pull this tight because she's quite clean. She's centre box. Full roll. And then pulling towards. Big G pull, +7, 1/4 roll, and then pushing over the top to the right. And then she'll go into the spin, 1 turn spin, and then double Humpty, clean Humpty. So she'll use this to change or to make sure she's in the right place. So she'll be sliding. You can't see it, but she will be sliding in the box, just changing her heading so she's moved a little bit further away. Perfect. And then 2/4 rolls to face the other way. And now she's where she wants to be. Pulling up, and she'll do 2 half rolls here, slide to the left of the box. Another one of these knife edge figures. And she'll pull over inverted 45, but this one has 3 half rolls on it, but the line's got to stay the same. First one's slow, last one's fast. 2, 3, wait, and then pull up. Big G pull at this bottom, half roll. Now she's quite far right here, and she's pulling over, and now this is tricky. She's just going to kill the power and then pull it down. No spin, just pull it straight down, and then 1 1/4 roll, and then another double Humpty. 1 1/4, Oh, towards, okay. Quite close. Oh, that's a tight pull. And there's a full roll, another hump pull over the top to reposition herself right in the right space. Yes, and then a 3/4 pos flick. Left foot. Wham. There we go. Pulling it out. And now she's nicely positioned at the centre of the front of the box. Double roll. And then pulling up and a 1.5 flick at the top of this. Got to keep enough speed to make it clean. With 4 of 2. 1.5 flick and then 4 half rolls. Slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now a 180 roller positive to the left. Yes, first 45. Got to keep the roll smooth while she rotates. This is good. That's a nice clean roller. Excellent. Wing rocks. Well, that was very good. Ekaterina showing us a little bit how it's done. For my money, the second half of the sequence was better than the first, but I think the trickiest manoeuvres were in the first half of the sequence. But the positioning was good. You saw how she came towards, but then using the double humpty to move herself back into the golden zone, which is this sort of front third of the box, right in front of the judges. So actually the positioning was very good. I don't envy the judges working out precisely what the issues were, because there were no hard errors so far. Very high quality flying. Great stuff. Great stuff. So, she's cooled herself down. Bringing that 330 SC back down onto the tarmac. So now we have Mr. Barry Eels. So Barry is from South Africa, and we're delighted to have him fly with us. He's the current South African Unlimited champion. He has been flying aerobatics for 22 years. He's competed at 5 world championships at advanced and unlimited. He's also a judge, an instructor. He coaches aerobatics. His son flies aerobatics. And he's flying my aeroplane. So be careful, Barry. He has over 2,000 hours and has flown everything from Zlins to S-Bachs and Extreme Airs and other extras and so forth. So hugely experienced. And we're very happy that he could give us a few days of his time to come over and show us how it's done. So again, his sequence is slightly different, the way he's designed it. Same 5 core manoeuvres, but he has the advantage of flying the best aircraft in the competition. I would say that, wouldn't I? But we'll see. Had a couple of practice flights yesterday. We had a day yesterday for advanced unlimited pilots to kind of get their head in the game. So he's been up twice, done some flying, got used to the box, the aircraft, the situation. So he should be in good shape. And he's now just doing his safety figures just to make sure there's nothing loose in the cockpit. Straps are all done up tightly. Aircraft is performing as it should do. Interesting. Left the power on during the stall turns. I normally take the power off a little bit more than that, but that's his choice. A couple of half rolls. Again, that's to just make sure that there's nothing loose in the cockpit, because if there is, it will go dink and fall onto the canopy, and you will be able to reach up and pick it off the canopy. That's one of the reasons you do the half rolls, because you really, really don't want anything loose in the canopy when you're pushing -6 at 200 miles an hour inverted at 500 feet. So there's a lot goes into the planning and organisation to make sure these aircraft are absolutely pucker before they fly, and every aircraft is checked, every pilot is checked, and then we do these safety manoeuvres. He's coming straight in. Let's roll. Barry Eels, unlimited. First figure is a Humpty Bump. Straight up in front of the judges are 4 quarter rolls. And then pulling over the top. And then a double roll before he goes into the bottom half of this double Humpty. Pull up, straight back up, 2 half rolls. And then he'll be pushing over and into a 1.5 spin. Nicely positioned. Yeah, straight into the spin. That's it. He's right in the centre of the box, pulling up to a 45. So 3 half rolls right in front of the judges. 1, 2, 3. Hold the line. Pull down vertical with a full roll on the way down. And then back across the box into another double Humpty, a push Humpty. So 3 quarter rolls on the way up. Dead centre. Push towards, because he can then pull away. So he comes a bit towards and then does a 3/4 flick, positive flick to the left. That's it. And then quite a big pull, and he's bang on axis, straight up the thing, and then he'll come off inverted and does this inverted start goldfish. So nice and slow at the top, and then he'll pull down to the 45, do a 3/4 roll followed by a 1.25 roll from inverted. He's pushing that a little bit far to the left. He's repositioning that. So here's the 3/4 roll, and then 1.25 the other way, and then does 5/8 of a loop, and then on the way back down on the 45, punches into a 1.5 neg snap. So -6G coming up. Bang, there it is. That's nicely full roll the other way. And now going up for the tail slide, he'll go straight up and do a 1.25 roll. He's going right, so yeah, and then a canopy down tail slide. So he'll smoothly off with the power, get it flying backwards, and then change ends, and then is a negative 3/4 flick. Very good. Then he comes out, gets across, and then back up, and then a 3/4 roll on the way up with 2 of 8s the other way. There's the 3/4, 1/8, 2/8, and then push over the top. And this time he does a 1 1/4 positive flick on the way down, followed by 2 of 8 back to erect. Here's the flick. 1/4. 1, 2. Very good. And then straight up from vanilla straight line, I always call these. Inverted pull off, slow. And then he'll give it a little bit of time to speed up. And then he'll do a half roll and then a 1 1/2 flick to pull down. Speeding up. And then pull down. A little bit of a line after the flick, I would say. Pull down and then a double roll at the bottom. And then straight up into this 45, 1 1/4 with a 3/4 flick. Punch it. Ooh, interesting. Not convinced that 3/4 flick was a flick. I'll let the judges decide on that one. Didn't look very flicky to me. Straight down the other side, 2 of 2. 2 half rolls, there we go, nice and clean line after. Beautifully positioned, pulling out. Now this full roll and then pulling up half loop with 3 half rolls at the top. The trick is to keep it on axis and not wander off with a full flick after the 3 half rolls. So here's 1, 1, slow, 2, faster, 3, faster, full flick. There we go, and now a roller, 180 roller coming towards, yes, as planned, 45 degrees, that's 90, yeah, 45, yes, and then on axis, nicely above the judges, and the wing rocks. Well done, Barry. Yeah, so the very nicely positioned sequence there, right in front of the judges. My only question would be on that tricky figure that everyone else has been flying as figure 1, the up 45 with a 1 1/4 roll and then a 3/4 negative flick back to erect on the 45. I didn't see it flick, but I'm not a judge, so we will see. But otherwise, a very tidy sequence. Very tidy sequence. So he's cooling it down gently on those cylinders, and we'll bring it round for a nice smooth landing on the hard runway here at Sywell. So that's halfway through the field at the Unlimited. We have 3 more pilots, 2 British pilots and 1 more international pilot. So as Barry taxis my aircraft carefully across the grass at Sywell, we await our next unlimited competitor. So I think I see the spinner on the horizon, lining up on the hard runway, ready for takeoff. Well, this is David Thompson in his Cap 232. So David is a seasoned British Aerobatics pilot. He has been the advanced national champion for a number of years. Been flying for nearly 20 years. And actually has flown world championships at advanced, I think on 3 occasions, and this is his first year at Unlimited. He's finally moved up to Unlimited. Well done, David. So really great pilot, phenomenal plane, the Cap 232, super maneuverable. David's very comfortable with it. As I say, he's performed many times on the international stage. Despite the fact that he only does about 8 or 9 hours of flying a year, he says that most of his progress is made on the ground, thinking about it, planning it. That is what unlimited flying is all about. So this will be very interesting to see how he can he bring the excellence of his advanced level flying into the unlimited sphere, where the complexity goes up exponentially, and therefore keeping your head ahead of the aircraft is really challenging, especially if things don't go according to plan. You find you're not in the right place, and you have to, on top of all your plans on the ground, shift yourself a bit to the left, wait a bit longer, do this maneuver a bit slower, all those things that happen. But at unlimited level, where the complexity, as I say, is far, far greater. If anyone can do it, David can do it, so we will see. So this is a great moment, but wishing him all the best for this first unlimited competition sequence. Actually, I think he might have flown earlier in the year, but first time at the Nationals. He's currently just positioning himself to come in for some safety figures. Check the aircraft is behaving. All the straps are tight. So he's gone straight into practice figures. That's his figure one, that complicated stall turn, which he's flown very nicely. Clean stops. It's looking good. Yeah, he's just doing the first couple of figures of his sequence, just to make sure that not just that the aircraft's working correctly, that his plan for the figures is working. Where he decides to start them, where they end up, that he's in the right place in the box when he starts the next figure. Yeah, so he's just done figures 1 and 2. And he's now going to get himself ready to start that. So he's wisely, in my view, put that stall turn right at the start of his sequence. David also designs sequences for some of the unknowns for other competitions. He's a very good sequence designer, as well as being a designer. So David is the guy who's designed the British Aerobatics logo, the poster for the Open. That is his business. He is a designer, a very talented designer. If you know pucker tees in your supermarket, that is David's design. But right now, all hands on stick and throttle, feet on the pedals, full focus to get himself set up to fly this tricky unlimited free known accurately right in front of the judges. So he's just getting himself set up for that, and he will be tipping in and giving us those all-important wing rocks to tell us that he's starting. And here he comes. 1 wing rock. 3 wing rocks. Let's fly. David Thompson, unlimited. 1 1/4 roll. 3/4 neg flick. Pulls up. Stall turn. A little bit light on that flick. I did see it flick. Half rolls. Very nicely, and then back across for this. So, fulling up the vertical 3/4 roll, followed by 2/8 the other way. 3/4. 1/8, 2/8. And then pushing over the top for a 45 line with a 1 1/4 flick, followed by 2/8 going the other way. 1 1/4, 2. There you go, 2/8, and then pulling straight back up, big G pull. Ugh. And then pulling off inverted, slow, and coming into this goldfish inverted start, very slow here, pulling down to the 45, 3/4 roll, followed by a 1 1/4, 3/4, 1 1/4, nicely done. And then pulling round, making sure he's in the right place. As he comes over the top, he can see where he is, so he'll make some slight adjustments. He's probably moving just a little bit away. And then on this down 45, he's got this big 1 1/2 negative flick, big punch. Punch. Very nicely done. I think there's less G in a 232 than there is in a 330 SC. Not quite such a headache. 2 half rolls. And then pulling off for another inverted 45 line, but this one has got 3 half rolls on it. Got to keep the line going straight, so pulls down to that 45. 1 slow one. It's speeding up. And then a big pull at the bottom. and then a full roll on the way up, and then pulling off inverted for that inverted spin with the double humpty out of it. So coming across, nicely positioned in front of the judges. There's the spin, powers off, one turn spin, vertical down with a quarter roll, so he's coming towards, and then straight up, and then he'll reposition himself using the top half of this to be right in the golden zone, and then there's 2 eighth rolls to get back on axis, on the A axis. There they are. And then he'll pull out, and then just to the right he'll pull up vertical for the tail slide, which is a 1 1/4 roll, and then there'll be a tail slide, so he'll smoothly off with the power, and he fly the aircraft backwards and then fall towards us so that the canopy goes down. Nicely done. And then there's a negative 3/4 snap. Very good, very smooth snapping aircraft. Back across and up the other side with 3/4 rolls on the way up. Lots of speed, 3/4 rolls. 1, 2, 3. Clean stall turn. Just at the top. Mustn't bridge it. That's it. Needs to stop where it is. And then a 3/4 positive flick on the way down. Here we go. Hup and round. Now, pulling up into a 45-degree line for another stall turn with a 45 entry up, but this one's got 1 1/2 rolls. Hold it and then push to the straight. And then a nice clean stall turn at the top here. A little bit early possibly, and then 1 1/2 rolls cleanly on the way down. Great positioning, David. Now this tricky figure of 8 figure, he's got 2 half rolls on the way in, 1, 2, and then pulls round. He's doing this quite tight, smaller than some of the others, but getting a bit of height on that, repositioning, seeing where he is inverted. Then he's got 1 1/2 rolls on the way down, and then he pulls back round, lots of speed, because he's got 1 1/2 negative flick at the top here, which is a punch. Punch. Well done. Now, the 180 roller, he's elected to go away. First 45 is fine. Keep it rolling. Second 45, third 45. Keep it rolling. Fourth 45 on axis. And there's the wing rock. Nicely done, David. So, good flight from David. Clean flight as far as I could see. Again, it's what the judges see, not what you feel in the cockpit. Some things feel very abrupt and obvious in the cockpit, and the judges, because of the angle, because of the distance, go, it didn't look right. So it's about making it super obvious for the judges, so there's never a question in their mind. So for me, my only question would be that neg 3/4 flick on the way in figure 1, but possibly that's absolutely fine. It was a very clean, well-positioned flight, so he put the figures where he wanted to, moved himself around the box with the figures to make sure that they were presented nicely to the judges. So great bit of flying. So here we have Cyril Talon, another one of our Luxembourg guests. This is his third time at the British Open. Welcome back. Flying his extra 330 SC. So Cyril is a highly experienced unlimited pilot, flown in many world championships, and has flown very well here the last 2 years. He also flies freestyle. And enjoys being typically French, I would say. But a very accurate pilot. His sequence is very similar to the ones we've seen before, earlier today. And he is coming in for his, wasting no time, straight in for his safety figures, right up in front of the judges, just checking it's all working as it should do. There's a myriad of things that you can check, not just your harnesses and anything loose, but things like if you haven't quite got enough oil in, so these aerobatic, oh, he pushed out of that, that's quite chunky. That's a lot of negative G, but obviously that's what he needs to do to warm up. If you haven't got quite enough oil in the engine, what can happen is at the very top of your vertical lines, the propeller basically starts winding down, starts going, and you lose thrust, and it's just because of the physics of going up for so long, because there isn't enough oil volume to keep pressure in the variable prop. So things like that all need to be checked in the air, not just on the ground. So his practice figure, everyone's checking this 1.25. Yeah, very nice neg flick. You really saw it dig in there. It's a tricky figure, that one. So he's just using it to practice. Now he's positioned that more centrally than the other pilots, but he is making sharp corners. Yeah, he is making sharp corners. He's flying the whole of his second figure. Strictly, he should have pulled that up vertical and pulled over the top. Don't know what the judges will make of that, because I think officially you're supposed to fly the figure as written, but nonetheless it is a practice figure. It's not scored. He is now lining himself up to tip in for the sequence proper. Typically around 3,000 feet he'll be at the moment, maybe a little bit lower, between 2,500 and 3,000 feet, and he'll be starting this sequence probably at about 200 knots. It's about 220, 225 miles an hour. And that first pull will probably be about 7 or 8 G because of the speed. So here he comes tipping in. Wing rock. Let's fly. Cyril Talon, unlimited. Up 45, 1.25 roll. Full 3/4 neg flick, pulse. Up to the vertical. Good line after that neg flick. Up to the vertical. Stall turn. 2 half rolls. Nice and clean, nice long lines. After the rolls, very good. Sharp corners. And then pull up, 3/4 roll, and then 2 of 8. good 3/4. Nice line, and then pushing over for the 45, and on this down 45 line he will do a 1 1/4 flick, followed by 2 of 8 the other way. 1 1/4, finishing a knife edge. Now he'll pull up, back up to the vertical, some good height here, and then pull over the top, invert. He's got quite a lot of speed here actually compared to the others. And then tip down and 3/4 roll, 1 1/4. Very good. And then pull round. He's maintaining more speed than the others, but making this therefore quite a big loop. And then on this down 45 line, he then punches into a 1 1/2 neg flick. Oh, yes. Roll the other way. Very good. Come to level, and then up into the tail slide, which is that 1 1/4 roll, probably to the right like the others, and then smoothly off with the power to make the aircraft fly backwards a fuselage length, and then flick on its canopy back down as it's done, and then a negative 3/4 flick. Punch. Very good. Pulling out now. Show central. A double Humpty with 3/4 rolls on the way up. Long line before. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Pulling over the top. He's going to come towards. So be very close. Quarter roll, and then inverted. He's pulled that very tight, that Humpty. That's a big G pull. And now he's going to do his inverted spin right in front of us, really quite close. Inverted spin with 2/4 rolls. There's the inverted spin, 2/4 rolls. 1, 2, and then pulling round. This is a lot of G at this point. That's why he's making it big, so it's not too much G, and then 3 half rolls at the top here. He's moved that a little bit further away during that. 1, 2, 3, and then just wait for some speed before he then goes up again. These aircrafts have the performance to do that. Half a roll, and then push over the top. And then in this down 45, he's got a full flick, and then a double roll the same way. Full flick, double roll. And now he pulls up, sharp pull up, push over, and then push down. Quite a tricky thing to do this. Looks simple, isn't. Push over the top, very slow, push all the way down with the power off usually. No, he's kept the power on. Oh, okay, 3/4 roll. So he goes now away, double Humpty. Quite far to the right with this sequence. I think this is this sequence. Full roll, and then pulls over the top, cheats it back a little bit clearer, nearer. Yes. And then 1 1/4 roll to get show central. Very good. Back on the A-axis. Now, we have this slightly easier figure of 8. Full roll. Pull round. A 3 of 2. Making a big loop of that one. 3 half rolls on the way down. 1, 2, 3. Pulling round, and then a double roll at the top. Nicely, and then a 180 roller, which everyone has to do. 45, quite a lot. And the next 45, the next 45. I think he's got ahead of himself a little bit there, but clean. And there are the wing rocks. That's the end of the sequence. So very good flying, some very sharp, clean rolls. For my money, positioning was a little bit to the right, and I think that's part of the issue with the way he's designed the sequence, where you have a long 45-degree line, pull up, this is figure 7/8, and then still carry on. And those 45-degree lines are always tough to do something after and keep it in the box. Cyril making a very
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
making a very interesting downwind final turn. Not quite sure that's in the textbook, but it works. And here he is, nice and slow. Side slip. So basically side slip that entire downwind to final turn. And nicely on the deck. Highly experienced. Knows what he's doing. But the brains are somewhat scrambled. It is interesting after a sequence like that. It's very difficult to think straight and get back to normal flying after you've +9, -6G repeatedly. So great flying. So we've only got one left on Unlimited, which will be our final British pilot. So here we have the final Unlimited pilot. This is Chris Brooke, current Unlimited national champion, with whom I share an aircraft. So he's been training quite hard this year, and looking forward to some clean, accurate flying from him. Chris has been flying with British Aerobatics for a number of years. He's done several World Championships, including World Championships at Unlimited for the British team. It's great for him to be flying up against these good international pilots. So here he comes for his safety figures. Good half roll, pushing the harness, making sure it's good and tight. Now a couple more clicks each side. He's keeping it nice and tight, not wasting any time. Back in for the safety figure. Nice clean stall turn. he'll be just looking to get himself into the right height and position to tip in for one assumes practice figure number 1, but it may not be. Each pilot can decide which figures they fly. As long as they're in the same order as they are on the sequence sheet, they can start where they like. So yeah, this is him tipping in to box center. 45 degrees, this will be figure 1, 1.25. And that neg 3/4 flick, which has troubled a couple. He did a good job of that. So he'll now see where he has ended up. Is that where he planned, which is box right? Based on his starting height, speed and position. So he's going into figure 2 in his practice, 3/4. Bit of a bobble. Don't do that when you actually do it, Chris. Pushing over for 45 degrees. And that's well positioned because that actual flick happened dead center. So I think he'd be pretty happy with that positioning. Looks like he's just done figure 1 and figure 2, just to make sure that what he planned on the ground actually turns into reality when you try it. Because get the beginning of the sequence right, get the figure 1 in the right place, that really sets you up for a good sequence. Or conversely, if you figure 1's in the wrong place, you then spend the rest of the sequence desperately trying to get back to where you want it to be. So it's really important you get it right where you want to. Yes, fly it well, but where you want it to be. So, and now he's tipping in, and we'll be watching for the wing rocks to tell us he's going to start. There's 1 wing rock, 2, 3. Let's fly. Chris Brook, Unlimited. Figure 1, 45, 1.25 roll. 3/4 neg flick. Pulling up to the vertical. Stall turn. So then 2 clean half rolls, and then back across to pull up exactly at the right spot for figure 2. Yeah, 3/4 roll, and 2 of 8, 3/4 roll, an 1/8 and an 1/8, and then pushing over at the top here for this tricky 1.25 flick. So stopping on the knife edge, and then 2/8 of a roll to get back. Knife edge, 1/8, 1/8, hold it, and then big pull, lots of G, up to the vertical, clean line, and then pulling off the top, inverted and slow. Serial was much faster at this point. So that's interesting, no straight line at the top there. Pulling it round, and then on the inverted 45, punch into this 1.5 flick, neg flick. That's very good. With the full roll the other way, level out, and then straight up, 2 of 2. So that's 2 half rolls. Oh, he's short on that one. Oh, that's not gone well. On the 45, 3 half rolls, 1, 2, 3. And then pulling up straight, full roll. And then pulling over, inverted, straight line. And then into the spin, dead show centre, 1 to 1.5 inverted spin. There's the 1.5. Quarter roll towards, that's quite close. Pulling hard, straight up, and then back over the top to position himself nicely in the golden zone. Yep, and then 2 of 8 back onto show axis. Yes. Now across and going up for the tail slide. So he goes up and does a 1 1/4 roll to the right. 1 1/4, and then smoothly off with the power, fly the plane backwards for a fuselage length. Then a 3/4 neg flick. And then pulling up, vertical 3/4 rolls. 1, 2, 3. Stall turn. And then a 3/4 flick on the way down, positive flick to the left. There we go. And then pulling out, and now another 45-degree entry stall turn. So pulling up, positioning is very nice for this, 1 1/2 rolls. Hold it for the line and then push up to the vertical. Nice, clean stall turn at the top. Little bit early. And then 1 1/2 rolls on the way down. Very good. And then out, and then we've got 2 half rolls, and then pulling into this figure of 8 style figure with nice big loop, just making sure he's in the right axis. And then on the way down, 1 1/2 roll to erect. Now this one, he's got to pull it around and have enough speed to do a 1 1/2 negative flick off the top. So he's got a big punch, bring it to level, punch it. Nicely done. Now the 180 roller going away. 45, keep the roll going smoothly, and he's overcooked it. So he's got, I got ahead on number 2 and 3. Finished. So wing rocks there from Chris Brook. So that brings to a conclusion the unlimited sequences, the free known sequences, the ones that have been practiced before. So what is going to happen now as Chris Brook cools down his head and his cylinders is there will be a break for lunch, so the judges and officials can rest their eyes, get a sandwich, and just take a breather. And then we will be starting again in an hour, sort of shortly after 2, with the sports and intermediate levels. So simpler sequences, but just as much competition and just as much accuracy requested by the judges. So thank you if you've been watching with us this morning. Great morning's flying. We will be with you. I will be with you later this afternoon.
Hello, good morning everybody. My name's Lieutenant Commander Jim Fraser. I'm the
Well, your eyes are not deceiving you. That was a Spitfire. It is not, however, taking part in the Aerobatic National Championships. They have a couple of Spitfires based here at Sywell, famous Grace Spitfire, and a number of other warbirds. And it's going off to do some displays. I think it might be based at either Duxford or Oxford today. Always nice to see them depart. That magnificent Merlin sound gracing us in the middle of this first day of the British Open Championship here at Sywell, Northampton, heart of Northamptonshire, on this beautiful July day. We are eagerly awaiting the second half of today's activity. This morning we had the Advanced and Unlimited, the top two levels of aerobatics, flying some fiendishly complex known sequences. First sequence of the competition is always the one you've been practicing. And this afternoon we really get to the heart of the matter. We are going to be seeing the intermediate and sport level pilots. So these are the sports is the first level of competitive aerobatics, and intermediate is really the heart of it. To fly intermediate, you have to know what you're doing. You have to give it some time and some effort. It's not as complicated as advanced, certainly not as unlimited, but it does have spins. It does have complex roll combinations. It has half flicks. It has a number of things which are tricky to do in aircraft, and do them on axis, on cue, keeping it in the right place, and know exactly where you are in 3 dimensions, which is what this sport is all about. And here we have our first competitor. This is John McCarthy, flying his Extra NG. So this is from the same manufacturer as the other extras we've seen today, the SCs, but this one is all carbon fibre. It's 2-seat and very comfortable, but a hugely capable aircraft, magnificent roll rate, 400 degrees or so, easily 200 knots. It's probably faster than the SC, and a really fast cruising aircraft, but hugely capable to be flown fully up at unlimited. So really quite a beast of an aircraft, and John is getting to grips with it. So this is his second Open National Championships. He was here last year, trying to best his buddies in the intermediate field. So for this, at this level, slightly different sequence setup to the ones we've seen before. So similar shapes of the sequence, but this is a fixed known. So all the pilots at intermediate and this afternoon at intermediate level will be flying exactly the same sequence. There's no free element to it. Sequence design is not something that they have to deal with at this point, but it's nonetheless a fiendish sequence. So all the pilots will be flying the same manoeuvres in the same order. Now what John is doing is flying what are known as the low line. So being the first pilot at his level, he has been asked by the judges to fly straight lines across the aerobatic box, the performance area where the contest has to take place, at specific heights. So he's now flying at, I would guess, 660 feet, which is the bottom of the box. So no plane is to fly lower than this during the competition. This is for safety. This is higher than Advanced and Unlimited, again for safety, and it's something we take very seriously here. So the judges have to get their eye in. So he's going to fly that height at the back of the box and at the front of the box, because it looks different from where we're sitting, and the judges are right by where we are. So this is the view. So here he is at the front of the box flying 660 feet, and then he's going to dink his wings when he's at the center and then when he's at the end of the box, and this helps the judges orient themselves as they look at this imaginary kilometre cube of airspace in front of them, directly above Sywell Aerodrome in Northamptonshire. So whilst he comes round to do another sequence of low lines, he will then do the disqualification height, which is even lower, below which if anyone flies at the next height he flies at, then they are immediately disqualified. We are very strict on low flying. But this is all part of the safety procedures that we have in place to mitigate any issues. Much better that if there's any issue in the air with a pilot not knowing where they are, flying a bit low, getting behind the aircraft, that they knock it off, land, and we discuss it on the ground. That is a much safer place to be having a discussion about whether someone's on it or not on it. So that's the way we manage it. There aren't that many extra NGs in the UK. It's a relatively recent, only the last few years that Extra have launched this, but it's been successful, I think, in the US primary market. Tom Cassels, the well-known display pilot and the chairman of British Aerobatics, also has an NG. I think he's on to his second by now. As I say, phenomenally capable aircraft. And as it comes in straight at us, you can hear the throaty roar of the of the Lycoming 580 315 horsepower engine. Quite throttle back there. It'll sound very different when he has it at full chat in a short while. So as I've said, John just flying the low lines so the judges can see where the bottom of the box is before he sets himself up to do his sequence at intermediate. He's got a couple more low lines to do. This is not part of the competition, so certainly it's not a scored part of the competition, but it's an essential part of accurate judging. Four competitors today at intermediate. Including last year's intermediate Open champion. So John now climbing to competition height, and he can now commence his safety maneuvers. Check the aircraft is doing what it should do when you turn it upside down. All these aircraft have inverted oil systems, so aerobatic pilots will know what I mean by that. But it basically means most aircraft just have a normal gravity-fed oil system, oil pump, sump, not dissimilar to what you might find in a car, same broad principle. But obviously when you turn it upside down, it's all gone wrong, and the various parts become dry that should be wet, and things that are wet should become dry. But these aircraft all have a pressurized, it's called an inverted system, but it means that it is designed to work just as well upside down as it does the right way up, ensuring that there's always a flow of oil to the engine. The one moment when it does struggle is in knife edge flight, and that is actually the limitation. So these aircraft have a lot of power and can generate good enough lift from the fuselage alone that they can fly in knife edge quite happily. I wouldn't say quite happily, but they can fly in knife edge without losing height. But the limitation is the oil does not flow correctly, and so there is In the handbook for each of these aircraft, there is a limit to how long you can fly in knife edge. Generally, a minute is probably as much as you should be flying in knife edge without ruining the engine. But in aerobatics, we tend to fly in knife edge for seconds at a time, and it's absolutely no problem, plenty of oil. And the oil system copes admirably. Of course, unlike car engines, these engines have to work upside down. They have to work absolutely the same upside down as they do the right way up, which is quite an engineering challenge. As well as under 10G, minus 10G, everything has to work as it should do. Gives you some clue as to why these are hand-built and so expensive, but we all tend to use Lycoming engines, American-made Lycoming engines. They don't have a gearbox, they direct drive to the propeller, which is then a constant speed propeller. Uses oil pressure to vary the pitch according to the speed. All to give as constant thrust as you can as you do things like climb vertically or descend vertically when speed are changing rapidly. So here is John diving in with wing rocks. 3 wing rocks, let's fly. John McCarthy, intermediate. Moving into half roll, a second half roll, and then pulling vertical for a stall turn. And then he has a nice, clean, straight line after the stall turn. No bridging of the stall turn, should be a clean rotation. And then no wobbles, dead straight on the way down. That's looking good. And then pulling out level, and then back up to the 45. And now we have a half flick to inverted and maintain the line. Little bit on the steep side, but pretty good. And then pulling down to the vertical, get a nice vertical line. John has to make sure what height he's coming out, so he's checking the altimeter to know what height he's coming out. Then he goes into a Humpty Bump nicely in front of the judges, pulls up into the vertical, so Humpty Bump is just once over the top. Nice smooth radius at the top, don't wait too late, keep enough speed on, that's tight, and then a nice long dead straight line, and then a big G pull, pulling lots of G, 5 or 6 G at this point, back up to the vertical, hold that line, and then push off into the spin, push off forward, reduce the power to 0, and then into a 1.5 turn spin. 1.5, and keep it vertical afterwards, that's good. Wait, and then he comes out. This is looking very good at the moment. Now a push Humpty, so straight up, and now he pushes over the top instead of pull, so this is negative G. It's probably about -1, 2, depending on how fast he's going, and now 2 8th rolls he's come towards. That's quite ambitious. He'll have to pull straight up here to keep it within the box. Yes, he has done that, and now he can move it back by going over the top, pulling it back a little bit further away from the judges. That's good, and then there's a 3/4 roll to end up going back to the right. There we go. So now he's now nicely positioned for a P-loop. He has to come straight up into the P-loop. That's very good show center. Now a nice shape across the top here. Pull it over the top. Nice, not pinched, but float at this point here. And then a smart half roll to inverted, staying on axis. And now a 1.5 roll to upright without dipping. A little bit of a wobble there, and then a 1/4 roll and a 3/4 roll. 1/4 roll and a 3/4 roll to erect. Very good. Now he has to just wait a little bit, and then it's a half roll and pull down. Sorry, that's 2 of 4, and looked a little bit half rollish. 4, roll, quarter rolls, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now really important, and then a quarter outside roller. So he has to roll to the right but turn to the left through 90 degrees and then wing rocks to end the sequence. So yeah, pretty good there from John. Now the thing that the pilots will be looking at is when they do these rolls is not losing height, not letting the nose dip, and not getting off to the left or right, getting off axis, going left or right, keeping it central, which actually is a lot harder than you expect, because an aircraft in knife edge has different forces acting on it and through the rotation, so you have to counteract that with your feet and your hands. Very subtle little moves. Often, sometimes, depending on the speed, the more obvious those counteracting forces have to be. But when it's done beautifully, it looks like the simplest thing in the world, but it is hard to do. So all the pilots will be attempting that, and John's done a pretty good job there. Only question was that figure 9, his 2 quarter rolls into the pull down, not sure about the stop. So the reason is, if it says 2 quarter rolls, what the pilots have to do is to do 1 quarter, pause, albeit briefly, but a pause, and then do the next. And if they don't pause with enough time for the judges to notice it, they can get marked down. Of course, the longer you pause, the more likely you are for the nose to dip and for it to go off axis. So it's a balance. And then the other thing these pilots are doing is trying to keep everything nice and neatly in front of the judges, so that they don't have to look too far to the right, too far to the left, or you don't want to come too close, and you certainly don't want to be far away. And I think because there's not much wind today, that's been good. Right, so we have pilot number 2 taking off. This is Thierry Schmidt de la Brellie. Nice English name, that. In his Pitts S1. So this is the same design, designed by Curtis Pitts, an American chap in the 1930s. Still, pound for pound, one of the best aerobatic planes there is. 200 horsepower Lycoming. Actually, it's an S. I don't know whether it's an S1S or an S1T. It might be 160, but some of them have 200 horsepower and a constant speed propeller. Some of them have 160 horsepower and a fixed pitch propeller. I think this is a T that he's flying. Very, very capable aircraft. The story goes with S1s is that you haven't finished the landing until you've stepped out of it. They are famously squirrely to land, taxi, maneuver on the ground, and so really the flight is only over when you're in the bar having a cold one. Many a pilot has come a cropper, not even just landing, but on the rollout after you've landed, when it's done a ground loop, it's snapped at you. Because they're very, very short coupled, so the wheels are close together, but in the air, highly maneuverable. Very, very good plane. Not a huge amount of power, but with the right pilot, and Thierry knows what he's doing. These are fantastic aircraft. Perfect for intermediate. They used to be flown all the way up to unlimited back in the day, when unlimited figures were more achievable. But in the current climate, they would not be able to fly an unlimited sequence. They do not have enough vertical penetration, enough power to go up to do multiple rolls and flicks on a vertical line and still keep on going. But wonderful aircraft at intermediate and sports. Highly recommended. So Thierry does not have to do low lines. He is positioning himself to come in and do his safety figures, and then whether or not he decides to do some practice figures. just see John taxiing back in the extra S-curves. So as we catch up with Thierry, you will see the main issue that Thierry has is that it's a much smaller aircraft, certainly than the previous one. So we've gone from the largest aircraft here, the extra NG, to the smallest, the Pitts S1. So he needs to actually fly a bit lower down, within limits of course, and a bit closer so that it's easier to see. So currently he's in the centre of the box, and that's a very different aircraft to see versus the previous one, which was much bigger. So he's flying the same sequence as John has. So it starts with a stall turn with a 45-degree entry line. So it pulls up to the 45 degrees, does 2 half rolls whilst maintaining the 45-degree line and his heading, and then pulls it up to a vertical line to do a stall turn at the top. Again, looks easy, not that easy. Very easy to get the line to change its axis as you roll, and the heading as you roll. And if we're being picky, the line before the roll on the 45, once you pull up to the 45, the length of the line before you roll the 2 rolls and afterwards when you're going much slower has to be the same before you pull up, but you still have to have enough speed to be able to pull up into the vertical. So it's quite a careful balance. So he'll need some good speed on the way in and to pick where he's going to start so that he places that exactly where he wants it in front of the judges. Lots to think about, and in a small, noisy cockpit environment, it's tricky. But here he is, lining himself up. If we see some wing rocks, there's 1 wing rock, 2 wing rocks, 3 wing rocks. And he's starting high. Let's roll. So up to the 45. 1 roll. 2nd roll. Pulling up to the vertical. Wow. That didn't go well. Something went very wrong there. So what's he going to do? Is he going to carry on? He's going to carry on. 45 degrees, half flick, which didn't look very flicky, and feels like he's rushing a little bit and didn't really draw a straight line there. So now calm down, Thierry. That's better. Straight line, over the top, centre of the judges, straight down, and then pull up, straight line, and then push over the top and into the spin, a 1.5 spin. Just keeping it nice and tight. Very nice. Again, I'd like to see more line after the spin. Now he's going to go up into a push Humpty. So again, push over the top, and then on the way down 2/8 he's going to come towards. No, he's going to go away. Interesting, whereas John in the bigger plane came towards. Then he's going to pull it up and then use the top of this to come back. Pulls it back, gets a little bit closer to the centre of the box, 3/4 roll, and not much of a line afterwards. Now a P-loop. This is quite tricky, needs to make a good shape, and probably left it a little bit late. Pulling over the top, nice shape, and then when he comes level he does a half roll to inverted and then a 1.5 roll back to erect. No, he's wing rocked. So what's happened is that Thierry has correctly realised he's far too far to the right. So rather than fly a whole manoeuvre and get downgraded by being too far to the right, even though he was inverted, he did a wing rock, and what that signals is I'm taking a break from the sequence. You get a small penalty for taking a break, but it's much better, much cheaper to have a penalty for a break and then fly the next manoeuvre correctly than it is to just soldier on and fly the next one in the wrong part of the box where no one can see you. So he is now moving round to reposition himself. He's got a little bit of a tricky start because he has to start inverted, and he needs plenty of speed because it's a half loop up. So he probably ought to be doing an inverted dive on 45 degrees with the wing rocks, pull level inverted, and then go into the manoeuvre. But we'll see what he does. He may swoop down, get enough speed, erect, and then do his half roll before the wing rocks. But the wing rocks have to be inverted. So that's the kind of planning you have to do, that he has to do right now in his plane. It may look like he's flying around the sky, la-di-da. He is thinking very hard, right, how do I do these wing rocks? Unplanned restart. You have to be Iceman in this situation. Check my speeds, that's why I need to know the speed. Okay, so he's wing rocking erect. That is, I wonder, maybe and then he's half rolling. That may not be what the judges want to see. So here's the 1.5 roll. Now pull to the vertical. It's actually almost too much to the left now. Not central enough, and he's doing a 1/4 roll and then a 3/4 roll and going slowly. And now he's going to do 2 2/4 rolls. That's it, and pull down. And he's actually a bit too far to the left. And then 4 1/4 rolls. 2, 3, 4. Very good. And now a 90-degree rolling circle outside. So roll out and turn the other way. So he did all the turning on the upright section, and there are the wing rocks. So he'll be annoyed with that. He'll be very annoyed. Something went wrong at the top of figure 1, a stall turn on the top of figure 1, and that really put him off. It's very easy for me sitting on the ground to say, oh, you should have done this, should have done that. I mean, he correctly wing rocked after figure 7. Maybe he should have wing rocked after figure 1 and got himself set up and calmed down to do figure 2 properly, because he ended up doing not a great job of figure 2, having been flustered by figure 1. Something didn't go right at the top. It looked like he flicked. He may have pushed the rudder too early, possibly. The plane was not. So the idea is that you go straight up until you've got almost no airspeed. Then you've got just enough airspeed to kick the rudder and it swings round. But if you go too early and you've got a little bit of backstick on, it looked like it wanted to flick. I'm sure other people will have a view on that. The judges, no doubt, will have a look at that. But unfortunately, that probably means that he gets a 0. So a hard 0, wonderful term, the hard 0. It means that no matter what else you did on that figure, you get 0 points for it. So it basically bombs your scores, which is why pilots want to avoid them at all costs. But that will be my guess, is that he will have hard 0'd figure 1, which is quite a high scoring figure. But some of the rest of it was all right, but the positioning got himself a little bit out of positioning. I would have come towards in a small plane on figure 5, and he went away. That is what happens on the ground with your planning. So on to the next. Aha, so now we are back with the extra 330. That's actually a 300L. So this plane is being flown by Jacob Hinson, who is based only a couple of miles away from here, and this plane itself used to be one of the Blades. So if you've ever seen the Blades aerobatic team, formation aerobatic team, flying extras, this was one of them. It's still sporting the Blades paint scheme, and when they disbanded a few years ago, Jacob was right there to snap up one of these aircraft. Very capable, quite old aircraft, the 300L. It's a mid-wing. I don't know if it's a mid-wing or a low-wing. It's probably a low-wing. They don't have the same roll rate as the LX or the SC, the other extras, but they're hugely capable, easily to do, advanced. You can get round an unlimited sequence, but not quite got the power and energy of some of the others. So Jacob, been flying a number of years now, getting to grips with intermediate, looking to be accurate, calm, focused. It's quite a tall order when you climb in and strap in and all this stuff's pouring through your head. And once you've been doing aerobatics a while, you can see in how people are flying whether they're relaxed or not. And actually the best aerobatic flights, when you really see a master flying, it looks dull. It looks so locked in, steady. You just don't see any of the stress and strain externally that's going on internally. So that's part of the magic. So Jacob's just doing his safety checks, inverted, pushing up and down, check the harness, make sure everything's tickety-boo in the cockpit. And then vertical up, and the sky's opening up, which is lovely. And a nice vertical down. This looks calm and well mannered. So having done his safety figures, he'll be thinking about his plan for where to start. So every pilot has a plan. They've looked at the airfield. We all have kind of Google Maps, Google Earth type pictures of the airfield. And we work out where it is we want to tip in, where we want to place figure one, what speed, exactly where it'll start and where it'll finish. And that is half the job, getting figure one in exactly the right space, the right place, calmly and correctly. Really helps with the rest of the sequence. I think that was one of the issues with the previous flight. When figure one goes wrong, it's really hard to pull the rest of the sequence back into shape. It takes a huge amount of experience. So here we are with wing rocks from Jacob. Here we go, Jacob Hinson, intermediate, coming into the box, ready for this 45-degree figure one. 1, 2 half rolls, pause, pull to the vertical, and then a nice clean stall turn. Very good, and then a nice long clean line, no wobbles. Very good. And then pulling out cleanly, and then up into a 45, and get the speed right for the half flick. Nice, a little bit steep after, but good. No wobbles. And then pulling down into a vertical line. Nice, clean, long vertical line. Positioning's good. Doing a good job. And thinking about the Humpty Bump. So this is an opportunity to move the aircraft around the box. Pull up exactly at dead center. Pull over the top, which will be a small radius, and then the radius at the bottom is always much bigger. They can be up to 400 metres, which is nearly half a box. So here they go. Very good, nice even radius, very good, still very central. And then pushing off and preparing for the spin. It'll be a 1.5 spin, so he turns the power off. Plane falls into a spin and he finishes it exactly on heading. Little jiggle at the end there. Pulls to level, and now he's going to do a Humpty. Is he going to come towards or go away? So he pulls up and then he pushes over the top, and then depending on which way he's decided on the ground, which way he's going to roll, means whether he's going towards or away. I think he can afford to come towards. No, he's going away. Okay, safe. And now straight up, very good. He's then gone straight into the next Humpty, which he can then pull back and bring himself a little bit slow over the top, but absolutely fine. Vertical, and then a 3/4 roll, and he's bang on positioning. That's very good. A little bit of a short line. Now this awkward P-loop, straight up, good positioning. Nice straight line, and then don't pinch it, a nice floaty round shape, which he's doing very nicely. And he can see where he is, so he can adjust his heading with his feet. And then when he gets level, he does a half roll, go inverted without changing heading, and then a 1.5 roll to erect, and then pulls back round. And he's got to do that tight to have enough speed, and a 1/4 roll, and then a 3/4 roll. This is looking good. Now wait, pause, choose your moment, and then 2/4 rolls before you pull down. 1, 2. Could have had more breath between the two, and then a 4x4 as it's known. 2, 3, 4. Nicely done. Now the roller. Outside roll, inside turn. Oh, finish the roll. Well, I'm not quite sure what happened there. So he got 80% the way round the roll and stopped, and then rolled the other way for some reason. That strikes me as a little bit of end of sequence brain scramble. I'm not sure how the judges are going to score that. Up to then, I thought it was a very nice sequence, well positioned. He organised himself so that he was in the right place at the right time for all the various figures. So a really good job there, Jacob. His flying is really improving over the years that I've been watching him, certainly. So he's getting the hang of that aircraft very nicely. Looked calm and ordered right up until that very final, the last 20% of the last figure. Isn't aerobatics wonderful? You can get 99% of it right and still mess it up. But I don't know. Tricky one. The rolling circles are very difficult to judge because there's so many things going on. You are rolling one way, turning the other way, and you have to be on heading, you have to keep the constant roll rate, you mustn't lose height or gain height, you mustn't flick, which can happen. There's a whole series of things. So they are tricky. Even the 90 degree, but that's a 90 degree outside roller. You noticed he was rolling one way and turning the other. It's a real head spin to try and learn that. And here he is side-slipping his 300L, as that plane has done many times, side-slipping into the hard runway here at Sywell. So we are one pilot to go in the intermediate nationals, so they are competing for the title of national champion. This being our premier competition we have many competitions through the year. This is the one that counts towards the nationals. We also have a points trophy, so even if you don't win the nationals, you can, if you come second in all the contests in the year, you're very likely to win the points trophy, of which there is a separate trophy, but it's this contest that awards the title of national champion. Sun's come out here at Sywell, breaking up the clouds. It's going to be a beautiful evening. So wherever you are, I hope you're enjoying the sunshine. In the middle of all that sequence flying, we had one of the local Spitfires returned. So we had a Spitfire landing on the runway whilst the aerobatics was going on, but very calmly and correctly, keeping well below box height. Everyone's been briefed, and the Spitfires have extremely experienced pilots, as you might imagine. If you're going to let someone fly your £5-6 million Spitfire, you're going to make sure they know what they're doing. And those guys are super professional. Most of them, not all of them, are ex-military. Really know what they're doing and take good care of those amazing machines. Those moments after you've completed an aerobatic sequence, as Jacob is quietly taxiing back to the pumps to fill up, bathed in sweat, wondering whether it all went well from where we were looking at it, and knowing what he thought went well and what didn't go well from inside the cockpit. But it's both agonizing and extremely good moment on a beautiful day. And although it looks very silent from where we are, inside it's still very noisy. Tail wheel banging on the grass, engine vibrating until you get onto the tarmac taxiway. Take it back to the pumps. Most of the planes here have the capacity for a couple of 100 litres of fuel, so they can fly for 3 or 3.5, sometimes even 4 hours in transit. But that is putting fuel in the wings, and when you're flying aerobatics, the wing fuel tanks need to be absolutely empty, because obviously when you're rotating at 400 degrees per second, the angular momentum will get quite fierce and fuel can literally burst the tanks. So absolutely no fuel in the tanks. So they have central fuel tanks as close as possible to the centre of gravity of the aircraft, so that the fuel tank is put under as least pressure stress as possible. But nonetheless, they are really built, those fuel tanks, and most of them have 50 or 60 litres. The 330 SC, the single seat extras that you'll see here, actually have 110 litres aerobatic. Really quite amazing capacity, split into 2 fuel tanks, one in front of the main spar of the wing and one behind the main spar of the wing. And then they even have a smoke oil tank beneath that for another 30 litres. So actually you can take off and fly full aerobatics, unlimited aerobatics, with 140 litres of fuel on board. It's a little bit heavy, but it's what it's designed to do and stressed to do. Most of us fly with 75 litres or so, which gives a nice balance. But it's a very another reason why it's such a capable machine. Whereas the previous incarnation, the 300S, the first single seat extra they made, of the 300 series, only had 49 litres, or 47 I think, which, as one friend told me, basically means you're taking off with a fuel emergency. So here we have our final intermediate competitor. This is Ruth Scott, another person flying the red and white one design, which is based at White Waltham near Maidstone. She has been training with Ultimate Aerobatics, who are at White Waltham, and has been flying quite a few years. Again, a capable pilot. This is a relatively new aircraft to her, maybe a few years. Really starting to get to grips with it. Really keen to see where she's got to and how she performs. And this is, as we've seen, this is the third time we've seen a one design fly. These are, remember, the small aircraft, very small, hand-built aircraft, not factory made, with either a 200 or a 180 horsepower engine. I think it's 200, someone will correct me. Very short wings, but very nimble, very agile. We have an excellent pilot here who flies it at unlimited, and the plane is not troubled. The only issue is vertical penetration, having enough power to do all these maneuvers and keep drawing lines afterwards. But the aircraft is perfectly capable of doing 1 1/4 neg flicks in the vertical. That's not a problem with the aerodynamics. So really, really brilliant design of aircraft. And I think there are 4 people who own this one at White Waltham. Very nice little aircraft. And this is Ruth doing her safety checks. She did her half rolls, check everything's all right on the straps, and now just making sure with a Humpty Bump that the aircraft and the oil are performing. Get some G on. The G turns you saw the Advanced Unlimited people do are not quite as necessary because there's not nearly as much G pulled in intermediate. I mean, we still have the double Humpty, which will pull good 5-6 Gs, but it's not as repeated and insistent, and there isn't the negative G. Well, it's not the -6 negative G you get on negative snaps that you also to go along with +9. There's a little bit of negative G on the pushing sometimes here, 1 or 2, maybe 3, but it's not hard and fast, so the G turns not as critical. More about the pilot feeling comfortable in the aircraft, relaxed, focused, and with a good plan. A good plan. One of our top UK pilots who regularly flew at international competitions would say that these flights are won and lost on the ground, not in the air. I think when you get to the top level, when everyone can fly everything, then it's all about the planning. But I think these ones are still won and lost in the air. So here comes Ruth. So I think now that she is coming in quite close in. She knows it's a small aircraft. She needs to keep it close. Not too close, but close enough. And so we'll be giving us 1 wing rock, 2 wing rocks, and then after the 3rd wing rock, a little bit of a dip, and there we go. Ruth Scott, intermediate. Let's fly. 45, 2 half rolls. 1, 2, hold it, draw a line, very nice. Pull it up to vertical, and then do a nice stall turn. Clean stall turn. That's good. Draw a nice line. Very good. And then pulling out level. And now plenty of speed to go up to the next 45 for a half flick to inverted, maintaining the line. Very nice. Good flick. And then pulling down to invert to vertical down. And again, a nice straight line. Very good. And then pulling out into the Humpty Bump. Now this is about positioning, so it's pulling up. When you pull up right in front of the judges and do a small radius at the top, even radius, don't leave it too late, that's good. Enough power to make it draw a nice line, and then a long line, and then a bigger radius at the bottom, but not too big. So there she goes, but with enough speed to get back up the straight line and pop off at exactly the height she wants to be at for the spin. And here we have a 1.5 turn spin, left foot spin, little bobble at the end there, but a nice straight line afterwards. Pulls out level, absolutely bang on axis. And now we have the push Humpty straight up and then pushed over the top, little bit of negative G, -2, maybe 3, depending on how fast she's going. Now, is she going to go away or towards? She's going away. Pulls away, needs to come straight up into the Humpty, the second Humpty, and pull it back. Come back heading quarter. And then 3/4. Little bit slow, but good. And now pulling down a little bit early maybe, and then 4x4. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's good. And then this roller, this outside roller, 90-degree roller, she's deciding to go left. And she's rolling. I've actually got trees in the way, so I can't see how that finished for her. Wing rocks. That's pretty good. I like that sequence. I think she flies that plane extremely well. She's got the measure of it. She's got the lines well balanced. Had enough, didn't run out of speed. It was all on axis. She placed it well in the centre of the box. That was good, Ruth. So now she's just going around, just calming down before she gets back into normal flying mode. And then what the pilots do is they then switch over from being on the judge's frequency at this point to the tower. And then they talk to the tower and say, and then they're back into normal flying mode, saying, you know, I want to join downwind for this runway and so forth. And you have to get back into normal flying mode and out of aerobatic mode. Very important. So sometimes the pilots just do an extra loop at the end just to kind of breathe, calm down. I know I do that sometimes. Just breathe, calm down, get back into normal flying mode. So that is our intermediate pilots, all 4 of them, who've done a very, very nice job flying their known. So there's Ruth joining downwind to bring her one design back onto the hard runway here at Sywell. So what we're going to do now is we're going to segue very smoothly into the sports. So the sports is the first competitive level. When people join aerobatics, they often join at Get Into Aeros, which was one of our events that we do. We have 2 or 3 of those a year. That's how Ruth got into it. That's how I got into the sport, where we welcome anyone with a private pilot's license to have a go with a safety pilot and just see what aerobatics is about. And then we do Get Into Aeros contests, where we have people who've got a pilot's license and an aerobatic rating and are wondering about what's competition flying like. And that's Get Into Aeros contests. And then the first competitions they do are at club, but club level is a sort of beginner's easy level. And then once you've done that and you feel you know where the box is and what you're doing and you like it and you want more, sports, the level we're about to see, is where you end up. Sports is the first proper competitive level. So far fewer rolls. This is about figure shapes, about where you place it in the box. This is about accurate, smooth flying without wobbles, without gaining height, losing height. So the same rules apply. Our first pilot here is flying a Firefly. That orange plane you just saw take off is the only nose dragger, we call them. It's a plane with a nose wheel, not a tail wheel. It's a Firefly. This is Adrian Reed. So Adrian and Toby, father and son, both compete at the same level, and usually the son wins, but let's see what happens this time. So this is Dad Adrian in the Slingsby T67. He runs a flight school, and very capable pilots, both of them very capable pilots, but it's, you know, how does it go on the day is what we're trying to find out. But the T67 is very capable aerobatic plane, but it's slow and ponderous. What it's brilliant at is teaching you how to use your feet, how to use the rudder, because the speed at which it rolls very slowly means you absolutely have to use the rudder huge amounts to keep it from the nose from dipping. So it's actually a very good technique based aircraft. Lots of people learn because you're sitting next to your instructor, beside them, not in front of them. They can talk to you, that you can watch what their hands do and feet do. So it's a great aircraft to learn with. and Toby does. I think Adrian instructs. Many flying schools use them. There are ex-military trainers. I think these were the trainers the military used back in the day. Really robust, capable aircraft. Very good at spinning. And a great aircraft to learn on side by side. And so Adrian and Toby are competing to see who can get it round a sports sequence the best. Bright orange colour, and they're not fast. So we won't be seeing those long straight lines that go up to 3.5, nearly 4,000 feet. These will be much shorter lines, but we are looking for lines. So when you pull up to the vertical, it must be vertical. When you pull to the 45, there must be a line, and then push to the level, and so forth. And smooth, nice radiuses, and everything on axis, either left to right or front to back. And no wobbles on the stops. So, and as with the intermediate, all the pilots at sports will be flying exactly the same sequence, which starts with a loop, the classic. And actually, really quite a hard figure to fly, because to get a plane to make a loop is very easy. To get a plane to make a loop that looks like a circle, very hard, because you don't just pull the stick and hold it. You have to pull hard at the beginning and then float it over the top, and then think about where you are and on the way down, and then pull hard around that. And it feels very different when you're in the cockpit to how it looks on the outside. Really difficult, because you have to imagine what it looks like for someone on the ground, not from in the cockpit. So we will see how that works. Now I'm assuming that, yes, Adrian is going to come in and do a safety figure. He's coming in quite nice and close, which is good. I don't know which safety figure he'll choose. There are certain safety figures you're allowed to fly. Quite likely to do a Humpty Bump or a stall turn. Stall turn. Very nice. Nice line on the way up, nice line on the way down. Very good. Just what we want to see the rest of his flying like. And he's going to do 2 half roll. There's that rather lugubrious roll rate, but the trick will be to keep it pointing in the same direction whilst that lugubrious roll is going on. That's all to do with your feet. And when I say your feet, I mean the rudder. That's what your feet do, the yaw of the aircraft. Hands are front and back is the elevator, left to right is the aileron, the roll axis, and your feet is the yaw axis. And your left hand is the throttle. So, Adrian is repositioning himself to start, and it's a factor of 2 things. The fact that it takes a little bit longer at sports level. One is the planes don't fly as fast. Actually, it's 3 things. The second thing is they start higher, so they have more climbing to do, and they're less powerful aircraft, so it takes longer. And thirdly, this is the beginning of their journey in aerobatics. They need to really have their head in the game, so it, takes a little bit longer. So there's a wing rock, there's another wing rock, and one would hope a little bit, yes, he's going to dive for a bit of speed and do the 3rd wing rock on the down 45 as he comes hurtling in. Hold it, half roll, hold it, and then pull round and make sure you're on axis, look where you are, and all the way back up to the 45. And then hold that 45, draw a nice line, and then cap off. level. .90-degree turn, and now the 270-degree turn. Back around the other way. Very nice. And now I'm assuming he will be able to go straight into the 45-degree up because he has plenty of speed. He's making that a big radius to get himself back in the center of the box. Very good. Up to the 45, no problem. And then cap off at the right height. And then pulling back on the throttle, preparing himself for the spin, dead center of the box. Pretty good. 1.5 spin. Yeah, he's a bit left. Half roll, back over, and now another goldfish. So this one a down goldfish, they're pushing down 45 and then being able to pull round. And then on the other down 45 inverted, a half roll, apologies for the farm machinery, half roll, and then pulling straight, and then nicely into a stall turn. So straight up, wants to be dead straight, no wobbles. Nice clean stall turn at the top, wait for the aircraft to stop rising, a little bit early, but pretty good. Nice line all the way down, very good, good line. And then a 4-point roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very good. That was a good sequence. Good sequence. A slightly weird sequence for positioning, but I think he did a good job on that. Good job on that. Nice positioning, actually. Spin was slightly in the wrong place, but he got his half roll in promptly in order to place the next goldfish figure 8 in the right place and keep it all nice and center. So it's a little bit left, but really very good. And on axis, he didn't let any of the rolls take him off axis, which is very good. Yeah, and as you saw, no problems with energy management there. Plenty of energy in the plane to take him around that. Good. Paul O'Connor from Ireland, our second sports competitor. And no one really having to worry about the wind here today. So that may happen tomorrow or another day. That can add yet another layer that you have to be conscious of about where you are over the ground in the box, because where the wind's blowing you, sometimes blowing you towards the judges, sometimes away from the judges, and sometimes you actually have to start the whole thing pointing off axis because you know you're going to get blown. So adds a whole dimension that we're not having to address today, but that may change over the coming days. And here is our next competitor. So this is Alexandra Kwesi in the same Pitts S1 as Thierry. Again, little nimble aircraft. Very nice to fly, hard to land. So this is Alex's first year flying competition aerobatics, and he learnt at Biggin Hill, and I think he's been flying for around 10 years, mostly instructing, kind of straight and level. So it's great to see him moving into aerobatics, learning about the aircraft in 3 dimensions, because your average pilot, standard PPL pilot, only really pulls it up 30 degrees or down 30 degrees, or rolls left or rolls 30 degrees left or rolls 30 degrees right, and that's it. Whereas, as you have been seeing, in aerobatics, we use the full 360 all the way around. We need to know how to control the aircraft when it is 270 degrees round on its back, pointing upwards, how it behaves there, different to 45 degrees down, 45 degrees down inverted, 45 degrees up inverted, and all the points in between, and whilst rolling. So you really do get full mastery of your aircraft, yourself, and the air in 3 dimensions. It's a very, very different feeling. And many pilots I speak to who are taking up aerobatics say it makes them feel like better pilots, more confident and capable in doing the regular flying, which can only be a good thing. So as we watch Alex positioning, getting himself round to the right part of the box to come in, he will then be doing his safety maneuvers, safety checks and safety maneuvers to make sure everything is as it should be, before he then gets stuck into this sports known sequence. And just to reiterate, it's called a known sequence because this is published at the beginning of the year, so all the pilots have seen this sequence and they've been able to practice it. And then from tomorrow we do unknowns, which they haven't seen before and they have to do for the first time. But today it's the known sequence. 10 maneuvers, everyone the same in the sports category. That was a wing rock. Not sure what that was. So this is a safety manoeuvre. Stall turn, a little bit off axis in that stall turn. Got to be careful to make sure that you don't have any aileron or elevator in when you kick over a stall turn, otherwise you'll come out off axis. So he's done his safety manoeuvres. I think he very nearly did wing rocks before them, but he didn't, luckily. Because if you do wing rocks, that is it. You are in the sequence. So getting himself back round to where he wants to start. Which seems to be quite a long way away. Just getting himself centered, focused, knows what he wants to do, where he wants to start, what speed and height he wants to be, what the plan is. So he'll shortly turn left and start his wing rocks to enter the box. So here he comes towards the box. There's one wing rock, 2 wing rocks, diving down, 3rd wing rock, there we go. Get some good speed, and he's going to do the loop slightly to the left of the judges. There we go, good place to start. Now make sure you float it across the top, bit of forward stick, it's a little bit pinched at the top, sort of a granny loop shape. Now he's going up to the 45, and then a half roll to inverted, hold the line, and then pull it smoothly round, making a nice round shape. He should be a little bit further to the right for this, and then back up, push off, and then do a competition turn to the right, roll right, that's it, and then once he's round the corner, competition turn to the left, 270, get on with it. He's now at the back of the box, so taking a little bit too long to get on with that, so if he does a big radius here, that'll bring him back. There you go, he's doing a big radius and bringing him back into the middle of the box, which is where he wants to be. Ready to go up into a 45 degrees up, and then push off, get ready for the spin. And then he wants to kill the power, and then drop into a 1.5 turn spin. Very nice spin, good line. Pulling out, and then a half roll off the top, pulling up, half loop, and then a half roll. It's called a roll off the top. Keeping on axis, very good. Now, another goldfish, but this one pushed down to 45. A nice round 5/8 of a loop. Keeping on axis, which is good. You can see where he is now. Down, half roll. Hold the line. Oh, was a little bit short on the line there. Now up into a stall turn. Nice, dead straight vertical line. Time the turn at the top. Bit early. He was still climbing when he went on that. Bit early. Nice line on the way out. That's good. And then pull out. And now a 4-point roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Wing rocks. So the first point of those 4 was a bit soft. I think we call it a bit soft, but that's very good. And he's nicely on axis and hasn't lost height or gained height. So that was a good job. That was a good job. Right, so here we have an extra 330 LX piloted by Barbara Blythe. So Barbara has been competing since the last few years. She apparently got into flying straight after COVID and has flown everything from the 330 LX, which you see, to Spitfires and caps and all sorts. Harvards, all the various things. She has competed at sports level quite a few times, even last year at Leicester, and is very pleased to be representing the fourth age quadrant, shall we say. As a person who has been around the block a few times, very happy that she's discovered aerobatics at this stage in her life and is giving it the beans, as many of us would say. Terrific pilot, and really enjoying her aerobatics, and keen to see her do well at sports level. She is flying one of the extras from the British Aerobatic Academy, Adrian Willis's team, who are great supporters of the sport, and very happy that she is here with that aircraft, showing us what she can do and enjoying it while she's doing it. So let's see what you got, Barbara. So she's flying the same sequence as everyone else. Starts with the loop. This 330LX Extra will have no trouble doing this. It will all be down to the pilot and where she places it in the box and how she keeps it on axis and all those good things. So she's doing her safety checks, turning it upside down, just checking the harnesses are good. Able to pull straight into a vertical for a stall turn. So loads of performance in this 330LX for sports, probably a bit too much, but if you know how to handle it, she's throwing that thing around. There's one wing rock, quite hearty wing rock, shall we say. She really is throwing it around. Steady. Here comes the loop. Now we want this to be floaty at the top loop. A little bit, ease the back pressure. A little bit almost forward pressure to give it still a little bit pinched, a little bit more float at the top, but not bad. And then coming up into the 45, half roll, hold the line, pulling it round, nice smooth round, and then back up to the 45, hold it, and pull it. Push off cleanly and crisply, there we go, and then 90, turn to the right, wings level, 270 to the left, very good, holding that axis and not climbing, not descending when you're on axis, then going up 45, push off and then into the spin. So she needs to stop it flying, she needs to kill the power or she'll be in the next county before she knows it. There we go. Wait. You see, you really have to kill the power early on these extras, they will fly. And here's the spin, 1 turn, 2 turns, and then pulling out. But at least it's positioned very well actually, and then half roll, it's the half roll and then so half loop with half roll at the top, the roll off the top, nicely done, and then down for the goldfish the other way, a nice round circle, 5/8 loop, and then back round, see where you are on the ground, make sure you're on axis, half roll, hold it, hold the line, a little bit longer, and then to a stall turn, pull up to a stall turn, hold it, make sure it's vertical, and then kick it around when it gets to the top. See how far she's going? There's so much power in that thing, a little bit early. And then pulling out, she's gained a lot of height because this machine has so much power. And 4-point roll, little bit off axis on that 4-point roll, but a very good job. Really a lot of aircraft to be flying that. So actually different issues to say Adrian, who's struggling for power. She's got too much power really for a sequence like that. So that stall turn, as you saw, went on and on and on, and she in the end went too early on the stall turn, so it just bridged a bit, but everything was positioned very nicely. She put the spin in the best place because she had to wait for it to slow down, which took 300 meters or so, but that then positioned her to the right, which was exactly where the spin should be. So I don't know whether that was intentional, could quite possibly have been part of the plan, but no, the positioning was good. Looping sections were pretty good. That 4-point roll, I think you may just have seen, very difficult to do when you're doing it slow, when you're learning, is to use your feet just enough to keep yourself on axis, as opposed to the tendency is if you're rolling to the left, to just the physics of it just means, or the physiology of it just means, you tend to just slightly put a little bit of backstick in there, and so you pull the aircraft and it moves to the left, and then you carry on rolling and you can end up 20-30 degrees off axis. And she did she did come off axis. I don't know how much. So as she goes on the downwind section, gets her head back in the game, taking off is Toby Reed, son of, also in the T67 Firefly. Quite a sporty takeoff. And see if he can handle this better than Dad. Don't tell Adrian this, but he usually does. So we'll see if this is a shared father-son plan, that after figure 4, after the 2 turns, whether he wing rocks and repositions to get energy in order to do the climbing 45 before the spin. I suspect it is because, or maybe they have a threshold, maybe they see what speed they're doing when they come out of the 270, and if it's below a certain amount they wing rock, and if it's above they carry on. It could be that, but interesting. You've got to plan for these things, not let them bite you mid-sequence. So the T67, in comparison to the 330LX, taking a while to get altitude, whereas the 330LX really had absolutely no issues at all gaining and maintaining altitude, but just as difficult to fly in the 330, but for completely different reasons. So here is Toby coming in for his safety maneuvers. I think he was just gaining height, to be honest. So now he's diving in, get some speed, do a safety maneuver. Nice pull. Nice Humpty. Very nice straight line. Very good stall turn. A little bit positive on the way back down, if I may say so. And those are his half rolls, just to check the harnesses. Make sure there are no stray crisp packets or pens lying around in the cockpit. Because if there are, you have to land, take them out. That's the way it works. I once did my safety manoeuvres and got a thwack on the back of the head. I was wearing a helmet at the time. Discovered it was my phone, had broken free from its moorings and was floating around the cockpit. That was a bit of a surprise, so I managed to secure it, but yep, had to land. Open the cockpit, take it out, start all over again. So as Toby comes round, clawing for altitude. We should all club together and get him a bigger engine for that thing. So back along that left-hand side of the box, and at the planned moment he will turn left, give us a couple of wing rocks, dive 45 down, give us a final wing rock, and then when he comes level, that will be when the judges start scoring him, and he will go straight into his loop, which is figure 1 of this sports known sequence. One wing rock, 2 wing rocks, dive, 3rd wing rock, coming level, here we go, let's fly. Toby Reed, sports, pulls into a loop, float across the top, come on, that's it, much floatier, that's a better shape, it's the best one we've seen yet, and then up 45, hold it, half roll, lugubrious roll rate, but nicely done, and then smoothly round 5/8 of a loop, back up to 45, hold it, push off the top, and then 90-degree turn to the right, roll then turn, just giving himself a bit of positioning, that's good, that's very aware, that's good, and then on axis, roll steady, and then roll to the left, 270, he's going to give himself a bit of time, and he'll pull that reasonably tight, which is very good, and then he'll be bang on axis, where he wants to be. Now, is he going to wing rock, or has he got enough energy? No, wing rocks, so that's a planned Reed plan. They've both done exactly the same thing, come round figure 5 and planned break, rock the wings, stop the sequence, reposition themselves higher, and then dive in so that they can start again with greater energy and airspeed, because the next manoeuvre is an up 45 to get them in the right place for the spin. So that's good planning. That is what aerobatics is about, thinking through speed, position, of every manoeuvre, beginning, middle and end, and making sure if you haven't got enough speed and you can't get enough speed, you give yourself a break, reposition that you have. Much better to get the 100 point, which is pretty minor penalty, than mess up to the 45 and the spin because you didn't have enough speed, because that'll charge you 1,000 points. So this is good planning. So will once again, we'll see the wing rocks. He'll probably do 2 now. 1, 2, and then he'll dive for some speed with the 3rd wing rock, and then when he comes level, I'll start scoring again. So he'll come level, plenty of speed, and up for the 45. There we go. So he's got a bit of height and speed, up for the 45. He's then pushing over the top, and then he'll fall into the 1.5 turn spin, which he will position beautifully just to the right of the judges. There's the spin, 1.5, slightly over, but nicely controlled. Yeah, fix it on the way out, perfect. Now he goes up into the roll off the top, a bit early. Half roll at the top of this half loop, keeping on axis, yep. And then down 45, I think he's positioned that a little bit too far to the right. That half loop should have waited, but he's getting on with it, which is very good. Keeping that on axis, and then into the down 45, half roll, slow, steady, same axis, very good, pulling out, and then straight up into a stall turn. He'll wait a little bit, that's good now, and that's in the right place. And he'll wait and do a nice clean stall turn at the top of this. Very good. And then nice line on the way down. Very good. And then a 4-point roll. 1, 3, 3, 4. Very difficult to see in the sunshine, but nicely done in a Firefly. It takes a lot of the box to do a 4-point roll in a Firefly because it rolls so slowly. So actually, probably needed to move that stall turn a bit further to the left to give him more space to do the 4-point roll. But a very good flight, nice and neat, and well flown, and not easy in a Firefly that rolls so slowly and has comparatively so little power. So we have 3 more pilots left. Sports being our biggest level, which is great. 8 pilots at sport, so we have 3 more left. We have the one design coming out next. I think this is the 3rd person to fly it. So Toby deciding to land long, seeing as he has to taxi to the end of the runway. Might as well land halfway down it, which he does very nicely. It's a very long runway compared to most of the smaller airfields don't have runways this long, which is a little bit wary for a low-powered aircraft. Most of these aerobatic types take off in just a few hundred metres and land in a few hundred metres, so it's not an issue. But if you're flying a regular Cessna or something like that, and you've got 2 people in a 152, you need plenty of runway. So here we have the red and white one design once again, this time piloted by Rich Gale, who is another pilot based at White Waltham, part of the group that fly this. And he started out his aerobatics with remote control planes and got his full pilot's license in 23, and then has been training with Ultimate Aerobatics at White Waltham to get into tail wheels and so forth, and won the club beginners contest in 24, and then got into this one design last year, and so has been moving up to sports, getting himself acquainted with the plane and doing pretty well. So the plan for him is to move up to intermediate next season. So expecting good things of you, Rich. Show us what you've got in this rather lovely red and white, nimble little plane that you guys have. So once again, flying the same sequence as his fellow sports pilots, starting with a loop. He won't be struggling for speed. He hasn't got as much power as the 330LX, but he's got half the aircraft in terms of weight, size, so plenty of power to weight ratio for this kind of flying. So he is doing his half rolls. Very capable machine. So as he repositions himself, ready to dive in and give us some wing rocks before he goes into the loop. I'm assuming he'll do 2 wing rocks on the level. No, maybe all 3 on the... No, he's going to do a practice maneuver. Very wise. Going to either go straight up, see plenty of energy, and do a humpty bump. Straight up, pull over the top, straight down, nice straight line. Just gives the pilot a chance to look at the box. As you come over the top and you go straight down, you have the whole box laid out below you. You can see what there is. And like many of the other pilots, he's then doing a stall turn. Straight after, you can see the other half of the box. Check that everything you planned on the ground is the way it is in the air. It's a very nice box we have here at Cyril, beautiful airfield, and we have orange day glow markers called box markers on all, not the corners, but the cardinal points. There's a big X in the middle, and then there are the 4 cardinal points, so that when you're in the air, you know exactly where the box is. It's a really, really beautifully marked out box, and we have a team that do that, led by Brian McCartney, who've done a fab job getting that all set up, and thank you to the airfield for allowing us to do that, and the friendly farmers in some of the neighbouring fields to allow us to pin our day glow strips of material on the ground, which, large as they look at when you stand next to them from the air, they look pretty small, but you can see them. So here is Rich Gale coming in. He's had another thought about that. Well, that's very good. So my guess as to what's happened there is he's come round the corner and suddenly thought, I'm not in exactly the right place. And rather than, oh, I need to tip in and feel like you ought to, no, you go round again and you make sure you are in the right place. So maybe he was not deep enough or too deep, just wasn't happy, so went round again. So I'll have another go. Position himself a little bit closer, I think, to the judges. Yes, that's where he's going. So if he wing rocks, we'll know he's happy. Yes, there's a wing rock. There's another wing rock, and then a dive. There's the dive and the third wing rock. There we go. Let's roll. Rich Gale, sports. Into the loop, bit of a float at the top. Yes. Now that's a nicely floated loop. That's good. Nicely flown. And then up to the 45 for the goldfish. Hold it, half roll. Nice. And then smoothly round. Nice big round. And you can see where he is. He can just angle himself better. Back up to the 45. Push off. Now he'll want to just wait a bit. Get himself to the right place. 90 to the right. And then he's doing 270 to the left. And then you see he rolls and then pulls. That's a competition turn, not coordinated. And he's doing this big so that he can come round and gain back his positioning closer to the judges in this small plane. And now he's got enough energy to go up into a 45-degree up. Yes. 45-degree climb, cap off at exactly the right height for his spin, and then throttle back. Spin a little bit early. I would have pushed it a little bit deeper in the box, but it's box center, which is good enough. Nice straight line, yes. Very nice straight line after the spin. And now he's going to do the roll off the top. Yes, he's waited a couple of beats before he's pulled into that, give himself some space. Then a half roll off the top without going off heading. Very nicely done. And now a down goldfish. Down 45. Yes, so he's now positioned this beautifully in the center. That's very nice. Big round loop on the top. Keep it floated. That's good. And then down 45, half roll. And then pulling out. And now straight into a stall turn. Yes, and he's positioned that nicely. Straight line, no bridging at the top. Wait for the aircraft to stop and then rotate. Little bit early, if I might be so bold. Straight line on the way back down. And then pulling out. And then a 4-point roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's the best 4-point roll we've seen of the lot. Very clean. Aircraft just on an arrow straight through. Very clean, no wobbles. That was a very nice 4-point roll. That is a good sequence. Mr. Gale, well done. So the sun's still shining here at Sywell on this beautiful afternoon. Wind has picked up a tiny bit, but it's been almost nothing during the day, and it's now, what, 6-7 knots. It's really not meaningful. Of course, it can be that if the wind suddenly picks up, that some pilots at the end have to face different conditions to the ones at the beginning, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But hopefully it will stay pretty similar. Right, so now we have Matt Schumann flying his Kristen Eagle. So this is like a modern day Pitts, American designed and built, more comfortable, bigger, 200 horsepower. Very popular aircraft, but much more space than in a Pitts, but just as capable. All the benefits and strength of those box wing shape, strong wing at the top, strong wing at the bottom, rigid struts between them and tension wires going across, makes for a very, very rigid and tough aeroplane. Pretty sure they've got 4 ailerons on the top wings and the bottom wings, which gives them a nice crisp roll rate, even though they don't have tremendous speed or tremendous length in the ailerons. But very good plane for sports level aerobatics and intermediate level aerobatics. This or a Pitts will do you very well. And all Tristans that I've ever seen are always white with this multicolored sort of eagle design. It's such a good design that no one really that I've seen changes it. So Matt is a 3-axis microlight pilot. Well, we won't hold that against him because he's obviously seen the light and become a proper pilot. Because of course microlights don't fly upside down. So he's been another one training with Adrian Willis at Falmere, which is great. And yes, so the story goes he did a dead stick landing, so the engine failure, dead stick landing in a Pitts, which would suggest he's a very good pilot, in 2024. And yeah, this is his first season, and bought this aircraft earlier this year, getting stuck into it. Show us what you got, Matt. Turning it upside down. That was clean. Just checking the straps. Cars back from the right, and to save time he's doing his safety manoeuvres that way around. Very good. Checking the inverted oil system is working. Nothing loose in the cockpit. Aircraft is behaving normally. And to just get your eye in. Like those first warm-up shots at a tennis game, just to get your eye in. This particular day, these particular clouds, these winds, just get the feel of it for today. And then he'll swing round and line himself up for this 2026 sports sequence that starts with a loop. A nice round loop, which requires a little bit of thinking, a little bit of practice, a little bit of floating over the top, pulling up into the loop, and then easing off on that back pressure to allow the plane to just stretch out at the top and float a little bit under sort of either 0 or -1 G, and then as you come back around the other side, pulling harder and pulling it around to make that shape as circular as possible as seen from the ground. Competition loop. So there's the first wing rock, second wing rock, and yes, a little bit of a dive, third wing rock, pull level, enough speed, and here we go, Matt Schumann Sports, let's fly. Here he goes, doing the loop, bit of a float at the top, float it, ish, little bit of a granny shape, but pretty good. And he's going to come up 45 into this goldfish, half roll, hold that line, and then smoothly come round and create a big loop. Back up to the 45, and then push off the top, and then do these two competition turns. So first one, 90 degrees to the right, so you've got to roll first, then pull it round, and when you're on axis, then you unroll, and then do the same going to the left but 270, and then judge the radius of the turn so that you end up where you want to be in the box. So he's doing it a little bit bigger. That's it, and then on axis, stop, roll, level. And now I'm going to go up 45 to position for the spin. So up 45, good, he's waiting. Up 45 at the judges, so he's waiting so that he positions the spin to the right of the judges, which is very good. Caps off, close the throttle, and then into that 1.5 turn spin. Little bit of a stutter on the spin, but a nice straight line afterwards. Comes out, and now again you've got to wait and do a half roll off the top, half loop, half roll. Pretty good. And then a down 45. So he's waiting a little bit. That's probably a little bit of a weight, pushing that figure a bit too far to the right. Should have got on with that. But I think he's right at the edge of the box, if not slightly outside it. He's got an opportunity now. Hold that 45 line longer with the half roll in it. Hold it a bit longer. Level out. Pause. Wait before you go into the stall turn, please. Okay, fairly central. Not going to give him much space for the 4-point roll. Clean stall turn at the top. Little bit early. Hold that line, and now he's got to get on with a 4-point roll because he's already at the centre. 1, 2. Ooh, this is slow. 3, 4. So there you go. Being a little bit slow on the foot. The roll was very good. A little bit slow between the points and started in the centre. So the last quarter was probably out of the box. Whereas if he'd waited for that stall turn a bit further left, giving himself more space. It's awkward, this aerobatics. You have to really think ahead. Think ahead whilst you're flying. Before you started a manoeuvre, you have to be thinking about the one after. That's why it's so hard. All the while, whilst flying upside down. But a pretty good job there from Matt. All the bits were in the right order. Good. It's a nice plane. Yeah, that bodes well for him to move up to intermediate at some point in the not too distant future. So, our final competitor, Tom Milsom, in another Pitts S1, a different one, quite a well-known one, G-Mag. Been around that plane. So Tom is a Jet 2 captain based at Bristol. and he's been displaying with the Tiger 9 formation team, and bought GMAG, this Pitts, in August last year, and has started competing this year. So really good aircraft to be in for a confident pilot. Single seat is a great thing. As we've said before, as long as you know how to land it, it's wonderful in the air and a bit of a nightmare on the ground. Hugely capable machine. Will take him all the way up easily through intermediate. So Tom is our final competitor for the day. Final sports competitor. We've had all 4 levels fly. So really has been a splendid day of aerobatics. We've seen all levels from 1.5 neg flicks for the unlimited crowd on down 45s to getting a loop right, which is what we're seeing here. All got their challenges in their own separate ways. And this is Tom in his new Pitts GMAG. Lovely machine. Sounds very good. I think it's a 200 horsepower Lycoming, I might be wrong. He's just pulling that round, having done his 2 half rolls, to come back and do his safety maneuver. Nice stall turn, started pretty high, but he's maintaining altitude because he will need to start quite high. But and he's going to do a Humpty Bump, pull over the top, straight down the other side. No rolls permitted on these figures for safety and warm up, but really important for the pilots to get their eye in, get their G tolerance in, just get the stomach prepared that it's about to pull some G. The G is not excessive in these competitions, but it is there. 3 or 4 G, relatively medium onset, and no negative G. There's sort of 0 G as you crest over the top of a loop, but not any push negative. So Tom is getting himself into the right place to start his sequence, to make sure that his first figure is at the right height, the right speed, and the right place. So like the others, he will turn left and begin his wing rocks. He's bringing it a little bit closer, I think, than the others, and then he'll dive to get some speed. One wing rock, taking his time, dive, and then here's full power. Tom Milsom Sports. Let's fly. The loop. Straight up, needs to float it on the top, nicely show central. Needs to exit at the same level that he entered, which he's done. Up into the 45. Slightly off axis. Now he needs to spot that and iron it out on the way around, which he's done. There we go. And back up to the 45. And then push off, and then these 2 90-degree turns, 90, and unroll, and then roll the other way, 270, and then bringing it round to make sure that he is not too deep. It's a little bit tight. You don't want to be that deep in a small aircraft. You want to be a little bit better. So that's it. Plenty of speed, and then up 45. That's perfect. Up 45. And then push off, ready for the spin. Power off. And then 1.5 spin. Oh, quite dynamic. Nice straight line. Power back on. And now wait a moment, a couple of beats, and now pull up into, that's good positioning, into a half loop. Roll off the top, half loop, with then a half roll at the top. And then push down 45 into a reverse goldfish. So back round, all the way round to a 45, and then a half roll. 45 inverted, half roll to erect. Hold that line, bring it level, and then a stall turn. Nice clean stall turn at the top. Wait for just the right moment. There we go. And nice straight line down the other side. Could have been a little bit longer than pulling out. 4-point roll. 2, 3, 4. Very good. Wing rocks. Well, a nice job. Nice job. I think there was just that figure 2, just a little bit half roll was a bit short. And the trouble with that is that then when you carry on, you're off axis. So, but he spotted that as he came over the top. The benefit of being upside down, coming over the top of a loop, is you can see the box below you, and you can say, "Oh, I'm a bit off axis." So, a little bit of right rudder. No one noticed. I'm sure the judges will, but nonetheless, you are back on axis, and the rest of the figure and figures are fine. So, I think apart from that, that was a good, slightly dynamic spin. Don't know what happened there. That was good. Good effort. So, that is the final flight of the day. That brings us to the end of our competition for the day. And as far as the live stream is concerned, we will be closing things off now and getting on with putting together our day one summary. So what that will be, two things. That'll be a summary of the day's flying, plus we will then have some scores for you. So all this while, all these flights have been scored, and all those scores are kind of in the system at the moment, being checked and double checked. And once they've been fully checked and handed out to the pilots, they will then be published online, and we will put them in the day summary. So please come back tomorrow morning for more aerobatics. We will probably be live around 10 o'clock, possibly a little bit before. Always in a course, depending on the weather. But thanks again to our sponsors, Alerion Collective. Thank you, and good afternoon.